All right, I think we're on. Don't know whether we should start from the district perspective or not, but we're going to get rolling with our first bargaining session for 2023. I think it'd be appropriate for us to go around and do some quick introductions, and then we'll talk more about process. That's okay with you? Okay, pretty good with that. So I'm going to go ahead and either pass the mic or we can go right or left. Either way works for us. So I'll just jump right in. I'm Phil Bedford, Executive Director of Employee Relations, and happy to be here working with you today and throughout this process, and looking forward to this. So thanks for being here and ready to get rolling. So Dean, you want to go ahead?
I'm Deneen Cusack. I'm the Director of Employee Relations. I am also excited to get to be part of this process and to better understand everyone's thoughts, perspective, and needs as we work together to address things within the negotiated agreement.
I guess we'll jump left. My name is Mark Strelo. I am the Director of Custodial Services. Somewhat new to the process, however, excited to be here and looking forward to everything that it holds.
Hi, everyone. My name is Matt Polero. I'm your Chief Student Success Officer, so I primarily support special education, gifted and talented, health services, and student services. As everyone's already mentioned, I'm excited to be a part of this process for the first time and looking forward to hearing from you and what your interests are and how we work through this.
Hi, everyone. My name is Jessica Goodkin. I'm one of the directors for special education here in Jeffco. This is also new to me, so I'm excited to be here. Thank you.
Greg Jackson, Executive Director of Transportation Fleet Services, oversee all transportation and all the fleet teams, mechanics, and so on. First time in a very long time to be a part of this process, and happy to be here.
We are glad to see you all. My name is Vicki Flores, and I'm staff for Jespa.
Hi, it's nice to see new faces. I'm Darcy Hassler. I'm a paraprofessional, and I was on bargaining last year, and I hope to have a good one this time.
Hello, my name is Xander Kashub. I'm a kitchen worker by trade, but I'm Jespa President currently.
Jennifer Munoz, Secretary, and Jespa Vice President.
Hello, and good to be with y'all. My name is John Duran. I'm an electrician and the JCMA President.
My name is Trevor Byrne. I'm the president of JCEA and a bus driver out of North Transportation. So my first year in bargaining, so looking forward to the process. So thank you.
Hi, I'm Sarah Smith, and I am with Preschool. I am the president of the JCPK Association section, and this is my second year on bargaining. So yay, I'm excited.
Great, fantastic. I do also want to mention that we have two other members of our team that aren't here today. Katie Jeter, who is Director of Food Nutrition Services, as well as Jeff Pearson, who is Executive Director of School Safety and Security. So we do have two folks that had conflicts for the first day. Just want you to be aware that they will be joining us for future meetings. So I think with that having been said, I know that we haven't met in a planning meeting to plan negotiations as far as what comes next and what both sides should expect. We do this bargaining, my understanding and having conversations with Xander, the expectation is we do a traditional model, which is essentially preparing proposals, that type of thing. And I've expressed with your leadership as well as ours that yes, we certainly understand the traditional process and respect the traditional process. But included in that, we also believe in having a lot of dialogue and having a lot of conversation so that we can better understand each position, and from a union perspective as well as from a district perspective. So my hope with us having a full team is that we're going to bring all parties to the table for that conversation and be able to have even more dialogue than maybe what you have been used to in the past. So, and not to take anything away from your past practice or previous negotiators at the table, but that's more my style, and having done this for a really long time and having learned through many different processes. So I'm not sure where we really want to get started, but since we haven't had a planning meeting, but I think one of the things that our team is pretty committed to is to start with having a conversation around what are our meeting norms going to look like. In other words, how are we going to work through this process, and what are some of the norms that both of us would expect to see as we're at the table, and even working together as we go away from the table and working on possible proposals, et cetera. And even if there's an opportunity, we would welcome having or being able to sit with members of your committee, your team, to generate drafts of different proposals, just so we have a better perspective and understanding. And that doesn't mean we have to do everything together, but I think if we do have ideas and ways to write language and put things together, I think it works better for both. And that's really like how we like to operate. Just in sharing that, we have been working through the school closures document, and I think we're pretty tight, pretty close on getting that wrapped up. And we did that through a very conversational process. And our feeling is that we'd like to continue to see that conversational process that really, truly is collaboration. And again, we want to be respectful of your desires to maintain a traditional bargaining model. So I would entertain and certainly want to hear from you, because I don't want to have all this mic time, airtime. But certainly want to hear, or would love to hear from you, and even members of the district team as to what you'd like to see in the way of expectations for each other and how we work together, specific to norms for our groups.
I think we wanted to, because we know there was a lot of new faces on that side of the table, John wanted to go over the preamble, and then Darcy had some other things to add to that. So do you want to start, or do you want to hand it over to Darcy? All right. Do you want to? All right, so the preamble is on page 1 of the collective bargaining agreement. This agreement is made and entered into by and between Jefferson County School District in the state of Colorado and the Jeffco Education Support Professionals Association of Jefferson County School District this first day of September 2019. The success of an exceptional educational organization and the students it serves depends upon qualified staff dedicated to high standards, professional development, teamwork, and exemplary performance. Jeffco Public Schools and the Jespa commit to valuing employees, promoting positive morale, and demonstrating teamwork, integrity, fairness, and trust. The parties honor diversity, respect, and civility among students, parents, citizens, and staff. Therefore, the parties will not discriminate against any person because of ethnicity or color, race, religion, national origin, ancestry, sex, sexual orientation, gender identity, genetic information, age, veteran status, or disability. The partnership between Jeffco Public Schools and the Jespa fosters open communication, consensus building, consistency, ambition, creativity, and active involvement between administration and staff. We believe the best decisions are made in an environment that includes mutual trust, respect, understanding, cooperation, and support. The purpose of this agreement is to set forth the wages, hours, terms, and conditions of employment for the education support professionals of Jeffco Public Schools, Additionally, this agreement defines the mutually agreed upon rights and duties of the parties and provides a structure of resolving conflicts at the lowest level.
When we started this, we went back to Jeffco Thrives and wanted to pick up on what all our mutual goals are. So I just want to pick out the values that we're starting with, all of us. Number one is the focus on students. So I'm very excited to see that we actually have student-focused people here and making decisions and measuring our outcomes based on how well we serve our students, right, out of Jeffco Thrives. And then on excellence, focusing on solutions and more maximizing our partnerships. And then down on integrity, a constant commitment to do the right thing, creating honesty and trust and a spirit of transparency. And again, that is from all of us, not just this side of the table, all of us. And that's where we're coming from and basing a lot of what we're asking for on those ideals from Jeffco Thrives. And finally, on the major initiative, number 3, developing a thriving and inclusive culture aligned with those values. So again, that's where we're coming from.
Was there anything you wanted to add?
I would ask our team if there's any additional comments that you'd like to make with regards to that. I think in looking at, in reviewing the preamble, I think is super important. And if I go back to the section, the third paragraph there, I think it's really important. Really, to me, sums up hopefully how we will work well together. And, as we talk about open communications, consensus building, consistency, ambition, of course, a lot of ambition and passion in this work, creativity, and active involvement of communication staff. And then final sentence there, reiterate that. We really do believe building on mutual trust, respect, and cooperation. You know, all those are wonderful things, and I think we have to strive for every time we're together. And I think it really does speak out to our human behavior, treating each other respectfully. So I'm thankful that you highlighted that information as a reminder to all of us, because we're I think a few other folks would like to comment.
Sure. I appreciate the alignment back to Jeffco Thrives. And I also just want to say, from my viewpoint, I really intend to listen for understanding and seek to understand. That's what I see part of my role being here today, and I'd expect that that's also important to you.
Go ahead, Jessica.
I love that you started with student-focused and student-centered, because I, as a teacher, that's how I worked, and as a administrator now, when I go into meetings, that's how I work as well. And so I just appreciate you coming in with that. Just, it's very positive, and I really appreciate that. Like Matt, I also come here to understand, right, and listen, and also presume with positive intent, because I really believe that everybody in this room wants what's best for students. And so thanks for starting with that.
I feel like you kind of stole my thunder a little bit there, but for me, anytime that I meet with any employee group or any other individual, for that matter, the presuming positive intentions is huge, and I try to anchor myself in that, and I'm hoping that we can all do that. The things that come out in the meetings, may not always be. We may not always have the right answer, but I want to assume a positive intention, right? And for a group such as mine with custodial services, the student focus to me is huge. And I think historically, maybe it hasn't always been, and the people in that employee group don't necessarily recognize the value that they contribute to the success of students. And so for me, again, to see it anchored in the preamble, if we can use that as a mutual starting point and just show some trust that that's where we're all coming from, I think that that would be a strong norm to start with.
Anyone else on our team want to make any additional comments?
I was just going to say real quick.
Your team?
Sorry. I was just going to say, I think it's important too to recognize that it is about students, but let's all hope those students become our employees here also. You know, it's always a good focus to remember that the example we're setting is important to the future of Jeffco employment and future students.
Yeah, you know, I think as several of you, I think most at the table have worked with me a little bit over the course of the last several months, and I think you know that my deep down passion and motivation, and yes, I am an educator like several of us at this table, but I think we in employee relations in particular, and with the work that we have here, yes, there is a little more focus on employees, and ultimately, you know, we, speaking to your comment, John, hitting the nail on the head, we want to make this a great place for people to work, and we want this to be an attractive place for people to work. We want generations of people who live in Jeffco to want to work here. We want people to be knocking down the door to want to work here, and you know, the work we do at the table is part of it. And sets the tone for us to be able to do a lot of the rest of the work. So I appreciate that. All right, so I think in just having a brief conversation, I think we may want to start talking a little bit about timelines, agenda. And let me back up for a second. You know, many of us are through the meeting process and building out structures and frameworks, and having had this conversation, I'm not sure we necessarily need to codify norms for this meeting. I think, you know, based upon the reading of the preamble information and this discussion, that, you know, I think maybe we've already set the tone for norms, and hopefully we'll be able to remind each other of having a great working relationship with you through the process. But, I don't want to be remiss in saying, you know, do we need to have or write some specific norms for how we're working together, or are we comfortable with the conversation that we started with?
It's green. Good. Cool. I would honestly say if we can refer to the preamble, if we ever get a little off course here, we can hold each other accountable to that, right? So if we get a little bit feisty, or if something happens where we have to just redirect and kind of refocus, I think that's good. And if we can all be on the same page with that, that would be amazing. Without digging up too much history here, it hasn't always been that way. And so for us to come in here and say, okay, we're on the same page, that's kind of new ground for us. So I think we would appreciate that if we can just say, hey, go read the preamble and just check yourself a second. And I think coming from both sides, that would be okay.
Fantastic. I think I'm seeing a lot of heads nod on our side, and Denise is going to chime in. Go ahead.
I just want to make sure that, because there's a lot of words in the preamble that are weighty, but they mean different things for different people based upon their experiences, their upbringing, their value system. And if we are going to respect everyone's value systems that are very diverse in here, I kind of would appreciate direction in naming some of those things. That what does respect mean in communication for others? Because it's very easy to say, I'm going to respect you in communication, but I was raised in an Italian family and we yell. So that's not respectful for most people. So I for myself, and I don't know if anyone else would feel the same way, that I'd like to kind of name some things that we would expect respectful conversation to look like? Because it says respect numerous times in the preamble. I just want to kind of define behaviors to that word. Is that something that you are okay with? Okay.
And Deneen has a strong background with facilitation as an instructional coach, that type of thing. And this isn't to throw her under the bus or anything of the kind. I think it's really important for, yes, and the preamble's awesome. And to reiterate what she said, maybe we need to be more explicit as to what does respect mean, what does working together mean. And it doesn't have to be, and we don't need to take all afternoon to do this or anything of the kind, but I think maybe just pointing a few things out, maybe putting some things on paper, and then, we can come back with a document that shows it's not anything that we have to formalize or anything of the kind, but at least something that all of us can agree to, that this is how we're going to work together. So yeah, I appreciate you saying that, because it's easy to kind of gloss over, and everyone has a little bit of a different interpretation. But I think starting with that preamble, as Xander said, is super important, because that does ground us. And so I guess I would recommend that we maybe have a little conversation, take a little bit of time around a few of those key tenets of the preamble, and what do we think that means to us, and we'll take some notes and throw some things on paper, and then the next time we meet, maybe we can put that information together, and we can all look at it as an entire group to say, yeah, that's what we mean by this. So maybe a conversation right now. Is that okay? Are you all right with that, or we want
That's fine.
Okay, great. So I think maybe pulling out the tenets of the preamble, and maybe some of those key words that we want to focus on real quickly. So if you want to take a look at those, take a few minutes, and I'm going to have a quick sidebar with Deneen. And I think just to kind of fine tune this a little bit so that we're not getting way off track or too wonky, I think the key phrases that we're kind of hopeful to be able to put a little more meaning to would be mutual trust, respect, understanding, cooperation, and support, and what each of those means. Just what your thoughts are. And Deneen's going to take some notes and pull this all together. We could do chart paper, all that kind of thing, if you wanted to have a little more fun with it. But I also know we want to kind of keep things moving along as well. So is that okay? Yeah.
Those are the items that were listed in the environment that we are trying to work in
Great.
in the preamble.
Well, I'll just start because I think we're doing a great on it already as one person talks at a time.
Yeah.
Happy to chime in here. I was thinking about mutual respect and just respect in general. I think remaining present and engaged in the work, being hard on the issues, not the people. Again, just going back to listening for understanding, right? Asking questions. A few things that come to mind for me.
I would like to approach this table as equals to the other side. I don't want it to always be the other side, right? I want us to come here and collaborate and work together as equals, with equal weight, I guess, in what we're bringing to the table.
So kind of equal airspace, equal time.
So I think what I hear too, and which is why we have a large team, is we want to have more than one voice at the table and be able to have that conversation. You know, I love to talk, but I shouldn't talk as much as I talk. All right, and I know that, and we have experts here who are terrific and certainly understand the district. So I appreciate that, Xander. Other thoughts with regards to those categories with concerning mutual trust, respect?
I would just like to make an understanding here that we're all here ultimately for the same goal, and that is to benefit our students and benefit the work environment for our employees. So I just want us to know there are going to be tough decisions that we make here, and there may be some I would say misunderstandings on how we see things, but we need to be objective, both sides, as to how we have the outcome. So I know there's going to be disagreements, but like you said, let's attack the problem, not the people. So understanding that the goal is for Jeffco.
I was going to share one, was respecting everybody's time. I know that these times can get very long, and we can be here for hours, because as I was looking at some of the schedules of 8 hours and 5 hours there. I think if we work hard and continue to work collaboratively, I can't talk right now. We work together, I think we can be able to get to speaking with each other, communicating with each other, and trying to respect everybody's time. Because I know that this can be very long, and everyone here is busy. We do a lot of work, here for our students, for our staff, and our teams. But again, respecting each other's times, I think, would be very important.
I think sometimes that can be misconstrued, and I do agree with you. We do need to respect each other's time. But I do want to make sure that, well, I can't make sure, but I think it's in our best interest to make this a priority. It comes around once a year, and I've spent a lot of time at this table, and it can be frustrating, but really, at the end of the day, it's worth it for our employees and retaining employees and the works. And it all comes down to good culture. That's one of my main reasons for being on this team and for being partners. I consider the district a partnership. This is a partnership, and the better the culture, the better the employment, the more people want to come work here. So, yeah, I do agree. We do need to respect our time, each other's time, and it can be distracting to have our other jobs going, and without us. But this is important work.
And that's to kind of continue on, is what I mean by that is being engaged. And so being engaged in this conversation, and again, not engaged into distractions. So when we're having a conversation and we're really focused into having this conversation on one topic or the next topic or so on, that's the focus of respecting each other's time. Because again, to be distracted, and I don't say distracted, it's not like that commercial, guys, because that distraction too many times. But being focused and trying to get to the bottom or trying to come to a resolution, that's what should be our main reason why we're here, for our folks and our students.
Just piggybacking off of the comments that have already been said about making this a priority, it is a priority for us. I want to make sure that you know that. I also think that preparation is key into ensuring that these meetings are efficient, focused, and that we have the right information that can help us, get to some common ground to make informed decisions. So I think preparation will be key as we, begin to nurture this relationship and work together. I've not worked with any of you in this room, so I think that'll take some time, but we're committed to that work.
And Sarah, we haven't heard from you, so I want to make sure all voices are in the room, because that's something that I appreciate, because if we don't have all voices, we don't have all perspectives.
Oh, for one time, I'm finally quiet, so thanks for noticing. No, I totally agree with everything that's being expressed, and I'm excited that it feels different.
I'll just add on to a couple pieces real quick. And again, I don't mean to take the airtime, but the priority piece, John, I think is, as Matt alluded to, is super important to us. And as we assembled our team, obviously very different than past teams, our board, our superintendent, are very supportive of this process with you. And they have asked a fellow cabinet member with Mr. Polero being on this team to emphasize the importance and the priority of working with Jespa. So I think I do need to recognize Matt for being here because he represents the district as a whole, serving on the superintendent's cabinet. So that means a lot to me as lead negotiator, and should for our teams, knowing that we have a cabinet member here with us today too. And then the preparation piece, I just want to say, I think for us, and I know some of the angst in the past has been going away from the table and coming back and not having maybe either side ready to move on with the process. And I do want you to know that I recognize that, and I've heard that from some of the relationship that has been in the past. And again, not to dwell on that, we want to move forward, but we do, and we will, and we want you to expect us to be prepared. We need to have clarity, I think, at the end of each of our bargaining sessions to say, so what can we expect of each other next time we meet? And then have both parties ready to go. And we're excited about that. People on this team are planners, they're preparers, they're all in. And I just want to reiterate that. So thank you.
So I'm going to kind of recap what we have, and I think we can move on. And the things that are beautiful about norms is if it doesn't work, it has to be changed. That's an opportunity. It doesn't like set in stone. And it can be added to as our needs might evolve through the process. So the biggest thing is, we're going to remain present and have this time as a priority, which we're going to be engaged and we're going to be focused so that we are respecting each other's time and this process. We're going to ask clarifying questions so that we are not making prejudged decisions based on maybe misinformation or misperception. We're going to give equal time and equal airspace, not only by talking one at a time, but also making sure that all voices are in the room on each side of the table. We're here for the same reason. We're going to be objective in this process and learning everyone's perspective in some of these issues that we're going to talk about through this process. And through all of that, we hope to build that positive culture of trust, respect, and collaboration.
That sounds good to me. Yeah, I think, that sounds great.
Are you able to share to the screen at all from where you were?
I'm actually writing it on actual notes, old school. So I will definitely get this to you.
Okay.
And
So
like I said,
visual.
it's not written in stone. If I've misunderstood something or if we need to change any of the vocabulary, I'm more than happy to do all those things.
Just add that. And that also
Yep. That can also be the first part of the page.
And thrives.
I also think these things that we've defined are part of those. So it's just going a little deeper in detail on both the preamble and thrives. Thank you.
Right.
Do we feel comfortable starting an agenda
Yes.
for today?
Yeah, absolutely. And maybe, yes. because we certainly would like to know what articles you plan to bring. We shared ours a couple weeks ago with some potential mutuals, but just kind of having a clarification or having some understanding what we're going to be working on this bargaining session. So yeah, I think so, and maybe kind of on a higher level a schedule for the dates that we have, because we do know we have some critical pieces. I mentioned benefits. The Benefits Advisory Committee has been meeting regularly, as you know, and they've made recommendations, and we need to figure out scheduling wise what the plan will be moving forward as far as when we bargain the benefits, and whether that the intent is to do it jointly with JCEA or separately. And I know we have an MOU that says JCEA and Jespa, but certainly that's either or for us as a district. If it's done separately, that's fine. If it's done collectively with the two associations, that's fine too. But I think we need to carve out some time, because we do have that April 24th date that is looming, even though that seems like a long time far away, that we have to have decisions made concerning benefits so that open enrollment can begin in May. And our benefits department needs that information. So I think that's probably one of the most critical pieces, not to discount or minimize any of the other articles, but I know, as you know, the Benefits Advisory Committee's been working and meeting regularly, and there's some timeliness to that. So maybe a schedule to start with, as to just an approximate schedule. If we need to move things up and around, we can do that, but at least a schedule, and then maybe dive into what we plan to use the rest of our time today for, if that makes sense.
Yeah, that makes sense. With the articles that you had emailed us, your proposals for negotiations, did you come prepared to discuss those today? We're here until 5, so just wondering if you were prepared to discuss.
Yeah, and thanks for that question, Jen. We haven't actually written proposals. We have ideas around those articles because we weren't sure what the plan was in structure with this meeting and organizing the bargaining session. We know we have an idea where some of what we would perceive as some of the problems or the challenges are in those articles, but we're also not hard and fast on those, because we had thrown out a couple articles as potential mutuals and weren't sure whether you wanted to work together on those as mutuals. And if they're not, then we would like to be able to potentially shift one or the other into what would be one of our priorities. So we haven't taken the time, because really our hope was with our articles, and yes, we could create new proposals, but I think sometimes when that happens, it becomes very positional versus trying to get or have a better understanding as to what problem it is we're trying to solve. Okay, so it's not a criticism by any stretch of the imagination if you come ready with proposals, that type of thing, but our approach would be to have conversation around, at a high level as to what we think our needs are or interests would be in each of these articles, and then go from there. So I think we've got time to get into a little more depth of things, but yeah, that's where we're at.
We actually generally do the same thing. At the first proposal exchange, we don't bring language. We bring like our higher level interests and problems and values and things like that. So we're prepared with that level of talking through and giving examples of why our proposals are what they are. So I think we're interested maybe to hear a little bit more from you all and present ours so that we can discuss whether the mutuals make sense or not. Just want to hear more about them.
Yeah. Do we want to start with talking about our proposed mutuals? Or so you have that understanding? I mean, and again, this is in very general terms without the specifics of written contract language.
Do you maybe just want to walk through your proposals and your mutuals, and then we'll also do the same and then email you a document that you can look at?
Yeah, so again, ours in the email that we sent over on a couple weeks ago. So we have Article 4 work assignments, and specific to the selection process and clarifying the selection process, as well as talking more about the probationary period and some of the challenges that we've had with the 60-day period. So it's, we're open for conversation. It's why we don't have anything hard and fast. We have to change this kind of a thing. Again, we're trying not to be positional versus problem solving. But we have, specific to Article 4 work assignments, we've talked about what the selection process looks like for hiring employees and clarifying that and making it a better process. And then Article 16, food service, is one that our FNS leadership has asked to have us go back and review. We do have language that was new this past year, but there are some clarification pieces that we hope to clean up so that there's some ambiguity to some of that. I would say that with not having Katie here this afternoon, we probably can't get too deep into the MEQ conversation. Differential pay is a part of that. And potentially even having some additional positions in food nutrition services. And I think their intent for additional positions is to have an opportunity for succession and growth opportunities for FNS workers by layering in, I think, and Xander, you probably know this better than I do, but I believe in addition to kitchen managers, having assistant kitchen managers, that type of thing, so that folks can see there are more opportunities in moving in a promotional mode in that realm. So I think food nutrition services certainly, again, then differential pay I mentioned as well, what that looks like with differential pay and clarifying some of that information. Talking about what we would hope would be a mutuals, and I know we've had some conversation through some of our grievance update meetings and even through a few grievances, is talking about Article 12, the grievance process. And we are true believers that solving problems and issues needs to take place with the lowest common denominator being the employee and supervisor. And I think we have an opportunity to reset what that process looks like. And we've talked about in some of the grievances, et cetera, that we have a culture right now where when an employee runs into a problematic situation or may be accused of something or have allegations, that we automatically are jumping right into it. This is a little different than the grievance process, but it relates to it with regards to employee misconduct. But we have a tendency of jumping into full-blown fact-finding investigations versus, hey, John, can we sit down and have a conversation? I heard this, that you haven't been coming to work on time. What's going on, kind of a thing, and be able to solve those problems and be able to have a better understanding of what our employees' needs are versus becoming so matter of fact in the disciplinary action. And I point that out only as in the grievance process, when we get into those problematic situations between supervisors and employees, we're automatically doing something that winds up in a grievance stage when maybe the whole thing could have been avoided, right? So our hope is to create maybe another layer in that process. And I know that our CBA speaks specifically to restorative processes, but we really haven't emphasized that maybe as much as we could or should. And so our interest in the grievance process is to create maybe a little better layered process versus step one, supervisor. Step two goes to hearing. Step three goes to arbitration. Rather, maybe it's along the lines of step one is between this informal between the supervisor and the employee. Step two becomes formal process written. Maybe step three goes to an intermediate level supervisor potentially. And then it goes to a hearing officer, maybe at the district level. So we're thinking in terms of, and not trying to drag out the grievance process or anything of the kind, but as I think you have seen from us in employee relations this fall, is that we have stepped in between step one and step two to see if we can seek resolution. And I think we've been successful in a few cases. We've also stepped in, I know in at least one case where we've stepped in after a step two hearing, and we have sought resolution there before going to arbitration. And I would hope we'd have a mutual interest that we don't want to go to arbitration. Let's limit the arbitrations. Let's work through the issues, and certainly want to be extremely respectful that the grievance process is in place for a very good reason, and that is that employees need to be able to have that opportunity to grieve what they would believe is adverse action against them. Okay, so that's probably more information than what you want to know about the grievance process, but I know we've had that conversation in some of our grievance update meetings and throughout the course of the process. And then our final mutual, and I would love to be able to think, based upon our conversation we've had thus far today, that we can get into and it does take time, over time, building relationships with you to have a more collaborative relationship, be able to work together. Sometimes an MOU emphasizes the need to do that, and emphasizes the need to build out maybe more norms, maybe more structure as to how we work together. The point of looking at potentially a little bit different structure in negotiations would be to build out more of a collaborative model. And it doesn't have to be something that is etched in stone that goes into the contract. It's something you try. You experiment with maybe in another year. As you get to know us and as we get to know you and the ability to work better together, our hope would be that, maybe we build a few of those structures in. It's traditional bargaining is you're on that side, we're on this side. And sometimes that gets a little contentious, adversarial, et cetera, versus maybe creating some structures for more collaboration. And again, we honor and respect the traditional model, used it for a very long time, but we would hope to be able to evolve more into a collaborative model, and that would be our hope. And regardless of whether that MOU comes to fruition or not, or whether you're interested in entering into an MOU concerning the negotiations process, structure, et cetera, that will, as long as they allow me to be at the table, that will always be my hope. And I just want you to know that.
I'm sorry, Phil, maybe I missed it, but back to Article 4, work assignments. What specifically about that isn't working right now that you'd want conversation about improving?
Yeah, I think there's some confusion around selection process. We just want to be able to clarify some of the language and work with you to clarify language in the contract with regards to how the selection process works. And again, it's not huge, but I think it's some tweaking of the language so that people fully understand what that looks like. And I don't think, just to be clear, we're not wanting to reinvent the wheel here. It's a matter of making the wheel better. Mark's going to chime in on that.
Yeah, I feel the need to chime in a little bit. I just want to provide a little bit of maybe perspective on the grievance process, and honestly, in my mind, the grievance process and the discipline, or better term, corrective action process, are somewhat tied together. And I can tell you that in our office, for the last year, restorative practice has been on everybody's lips, and that's kind of the direction that we want to go. We're hoping to be able to restore the human element into that process. And I have to say, at least right now, the supervisors in my office feel bound to a very rigid structure that does not have enough opening for communication back and forth between two people. We jump to fact finding, as Phil mentioned, and it's planned, it's scheduled. We've gone to a form email to announce that there is a fact finding meeting, just to make sure that we are meeting the obligations in the agreement. That's scary for people, and it makes it immediately official, and it makes it immediately adversarial. And as Phil mentioned, it may not necessarily be the case. It may be a simple conversation that needs to be had to say, hey, you may not have been aware of this policy. You need to follow this policy, right? Or something along those lines. So that's just a little bit of perspective. My time in the supervisory role within the department, and then now as the director, I see our supervisors struggle with that. And so I think, not wanting to overcomplicate the issue and certainly not wanting to put up more roadblocks, but we'd like to have the latitude to have an informal conversation with an employee, just to say, hey, this is what's going on, this is what I'm hearing, right? So just a little bit of perspective from the field, I suppose.
Mm-hmm. And some of that, and thanks for adding that, Mark, some of that is, from a district perspective, a change in our practice. As we do some renorming of the culture in our workplace, in many of our work sites, I think it's a matter of us working with our leaders to change some of our practices as well. So it's not necessarily, has to be out of the corrective action section of the negotiated agreement or grievance process. We're trying to, or wanting to create, and I love the words that Mark used, and that is put the human element back into the workplace rather than have a culture that seems very punitive. And I think that's really important to us.
So what I'm hearing from what Greg's saying is that training on employees and training on supervisors. I don't know if that's the correct interpretation. That's what I'm hearing from what you're presenting.
So I can tell you, at least in my realm, some of our practices are 35 years old, and they've been handed down from leadership to leadership to leadership. And so, yes, some of this, and what I'm really loving right now at a district level, is the connection to Thrives. Because when, Vision 2020 came out, I can tell you, even at the supervisor level within our department, we didn't feel connected to it. We didn't feel guided by it. And so we were left with old practices. And so, to your statement, training, absolutely.
And I apologize on the name.
That's okay. I'll answer to anything. He's a good guy. I'll steal his name for a while.
But I just like to add on to that, because I think every time we have a new leader and we go into a new strategic plan, every time that our processes change, and there's never been a consistency where I've been through, I'm sorry to say this, 4 superintendents, and each superintendent has brought in a new way of how to do this whole process of dealing with things when it comes down to a behavioral situation or a conduct situation. And so we never had a process written. So every time it changes. So this is a prime example. Was just a prior superintendent. We had the process where the first grievance would go to the immediate supervisor, second grievance would go to the department head, and then the third would go into a local hearing. And then now we have a new superintendent, and it changed. So fact finding and definitions, I think we never really defined what those things are, but we put it into language, but never really truly defined it. And I think that's the part that for a lot of administrators that report to me and supervisors who report to my administrators, they need this training. And I think it's training that every time someone comes into a new position, like Mark State, we teach those folks, every person, what we've had passed down from over the years, or passed down from what we think this interpretation is, instead of having a formal process in place that every time that maybe we should never have a process that's changing every time we have new leadership. So to have a process in place, I think that's something we can work on together here to kind of put that into a better definition and a better focus.
I kind of wanted to clarify a couple of things. Just historically, we did have a different grievance process that we renegotiated and took away the first step, probably in the 2019 negotiation. And part of that probably had a lot to do with culture, and that it felt from our team's perspective at that point that it was a very big waste of time, because generally we lose every grievance. And we'd never have resolution until arbitration. So we had that kind of history. And a lot of it had to do probably with legal, running employee relations from a very let's defend whatever administrators do and just say no to every grievance, and defend it. And then, generally our track record at arbitration is then winning with an arbitrator. So if we are going to revisit that process, we might want to just look back and kind of reflect on why we got rid of the first step and what we need to bring it back. Because I think we agree we want to resolve it at the lowest level possible, but the intention wasn't really there from maybe the other side. And just on the disciplinary process, since we're raising that, I think our team brought this language 2 years ago, maybe 3, and we updated Article 10. And it does get at how to do coaching and have conversations and do restorative practices well before you're just doing the punitive measure. We actually use that, I think, in our proposal about the punitive approach towards employees was basically our proposal at that time. However, I don't think what we did negotiate, it didn't come from a superintendent. I don't think the superintendent had any clue about any of this. From my perspective, it just didn't get out there. So we constantly are negotiating culture. As maybe John would put it, we're trying to negotiate better culture, but then it stays at the table and doesn't get out. So that's, I think, partly why we're so appreciative of seeing so many other people here today other than just like cabinet members. So I don't know. I think we probably need to discuss the mutuals a little just so since we know where you're coming from now. Is there maybe anything else you want to share on this? We need to know.
I can just say that I remember the changes as well, Vicki, and I remember the elimination of the step 1, right, the immediate supervisor portion of the grievance. And I think you're absolutely right. At that point in time, there was a sense that the person that issued the discipline is not going to change their mind. So then we go to the next level up, and you get a more objective lens. And so I just wanted to kind of validate what you're saying, that I remember the time, and I remember when it happened and why it happened.
Yeah, and another big element to it is new leadership. If there is going to be some set trainings and whatnot, or checked up on, it's fine. But when it's kind of like every administrator is their own state in the nation, kind of thing. That's where the contract and the language is so important. I mean, everything we're saying here today is on a positive level so far, and it's great. And if we could all stick to that and talk all of our colleagues into doing the same thing, that'd be great. But we all know it's a big district, and it's hard to keep up with everybody's agendas and personalities, identities, all that stuff. So when it comes to the language, that's what's important to us, and we'll always be willing to to listen and want to collaboration's everything. That's a good thing. So I'll just put that out there. It's the trainings and all that. I hope for them, but it's a matter of consistency and accountability, really, at the end of the day. Because from a grievance standpoint, you never know what you're going to get. You would think, well, the conversation we're having today is cut and dry and sounds great, but from day to day, it's depends what mood they're in. And we're here we'd like to think this is a career, that Jeffco is a career. So we live together for up to 35 years. You never know. So as we do with family and anybody else, you don't know who's going to wake up, who this person's going to be the next day.
And just to add to what John is saying, like every department is different. Every department comes up with their own code of conduct books, and just great story, personal time. There's a book that I know of where it said you have to tell us why you're taking this time off. So this is why the language is important, because this is what I brought to that person and said, no, that's not how it works. So to me, having something in writing is solid, and it's something that we can go back to and correct that behavior. Also, you guys probably won't be here forever, and we won't be here forever to, I know that if I win the Powerball, I will not be here. So.
Something that you said, John, just really sticks with me, especially this year, is the consistency and accountability piece. And so I agree with that. I think I love Jeffco. It is a career for me, right? But it's a huge district. And I think, I became a director because I wanted to affect bigger change, right? And be a positive, force, I guess, for students and staff, right? And so a goal of ours, just so that is district-wide to help with consistency and common language, that we're all providing those things. Because I agree with you. It can be anxiety-provoking if you have somebody who's not consistent day to day, right? And so I just wanted to validate what you're saying, and that we're working towards that as well as a district whole.
Mike's catching up with me. Any other questions with regards to what we've presented concerning articles or possible mutuals?
I guess I'm kind of wondering, maybe a little ahead of myself, but somewhere along the line, is there going to be possibly a budget wage conversation with a presentation or anything to kind of see where we're starting at in that area? Up a little earlier this year, possibly. I always try to push every year to make it so that the school district hopefully is budgeting for the next year, as long as everything's going somewhat consistent, instead of waiting till that later date and feeling the pressure. So just wondering if, what is her name? Brenna, or somebody might be in the future here sooner than later to get us rolling on those conversations, so it's not last minute.
Yeah, that's a great question, John. Yes, we can schedule Brenna Copeland, our CFO, or she may ask Brian Sammons, who's our director of budget, to come and do a presentation. I'm guessing that Brenna probably would prefer to, because she's put together the presentations for board and cabinet and other groups to give an overall lay of the land. So we certainly can schedule that, put that in on our schedule with the dates that we have. I love the idea of doing it sooner rather than later. And I know that departments are dialing in budgets. Cabinet is currently working on budgets. I think they have a date not too far off in the distant future. Probably in the next 6 weeks, I think that they'll have budgets pretty much dialed in, but that's also not going to preclude us from having conversation here and listening to CFO Copeland explain where we're at. So we can schedule that, and I think it's a matter of, and I know that Brenna will make it a priority to come and meet with us and provide that information so that we have some context for once we get into the compensation piece. Yeah. And I think to couple that, and I know we're getting maybe a little too far down the road, but to couple that, we know we have a compensation structure MOU that we've got some pieces to bring to the table yet with regards to some information that will be, I think, pretty helpful in that conversation. So, and I know our Associate Chief of Human Resources Operations, Scott Barnes, is working on that piece with our finance department, and also working on getting some market analysis information that it's going to take some time, but so that we're competitive in the market and can compete with other like employment in the Denver metro area. So yeah, good. And I know that's further on down. Yeah. Do you want to share with us through conversation what your thoughts are with regards to your articles for this year and possible mutuals? Or do we want to take a break?
Yeah, could we take a quick little break just to make sure we're on the same page after hearing a little bit more from you? So what time are we got right now?
Almost 1:15.
1:20? Or do we need more? 1:25 to be safe, if that's okay. It usually goes by a lot faster than I think it's going to, so it's just making sure.
Yep. Yeah, let's do that. Everyone can take care of their personal needs, and we'll come back at 1:25.
Thank you.
So after the discussion, opening discussion, and reading the preamble and coming to just agreeing on a lot of language and respect, and we want to be transparent with our proposals. So, and our goal is also to improve culture and systems around staffing and budgeting for ESP jobs in order to best serve our students for a thriving Jeffco community. So with that, our first, I'm just going to read this off. Is this what you emailed, Vicki, to them already? Okay. The first thing on the list is a comprehensive district plan to address chronic understaffing. Our interest is to improve HR staffing systems for ESPs and look to discuss solutions with the district in the following areas: hiring and posting positions, problems of outsourcing and elimination of outsourcing positions. Eliminate district short-term Band-Aids and find comprehensive long-term solutions. Clarity around open positions. So all positions must be posted with location, hours, benefits, and clear job description. Examine and improve pay systems. So we'd like to see bi-monthly job description audits, career pathways, wage schedule to reflect strategic staffing, pay for costs and fees related to job requirements, including background checks, physicals, CDL costs, including medical requirements like the CPAP, etc. Also, sorry, if you have any questions, please stop me and raise your hand. So the next thing, student-centered staffing to create a respectful, inclusive, culturally responsive relationship with students and our school communities. Our interest is to address student-level impact of chronic understaffing to ensure all students and staff thrive as part of their local community. All ESPs are part of the school community and are important to the district's value of focusing on students and making decisions based on how well we serve our students. We want to address issues with SBV that prevent schools from staffing appropriately to meet student needs. The needs of all students on IEPs, we want to ensure that they're being met by staffing ESPs appropriately, including paraeducators, bus assistants, and other SPED-related positions, and not by outsourcing. ESPs are a part of the school community, shared leadership and partnership amongst all staff and community, and consistency in staffing builds stronger relationships and leads to thriving culture. Regardless of your department, you are a part of your school community. ESPs deserve extra pay if directed to work at non-assigned work site, paraprofessionals for every teacher, and a bus assistant for every bus. Sufficient routes and drivers to meet student transportation needs, and minimum hours for ESP, 6 hours for benefited positions, and then administrator accountability. Any questions, clarifying questions? If not, I'll pass it on to Xander for financials.
Okay. So again, just with the intention of being transparent with what we're asking for here, we're just going to go through finance, wages, and our benefits that we're going to be asking for this year. So we would, we want to see kind of a longer term multi-year pay plan that kind of revolves also around culture, and give ourselves a step movement guaranteed year to year. And I know some of this kind of falls into that working group wage revamp as well. So we appreciate you working on that. $20 minimum per hour starting wage. and wage schedule adjustments accordingly. Also, lanes for educational and professional advancement or extra qualifications, such as multilingual pay. And for benefits, we want to review the recommendations from back and also bargain that kind of what am I trying to say? Bargain the how that's going to be paid for. So we're asking for 100% employee coverage. That's single employee coverage for all plans, and we are going to also ask for a 80% district contribution for the other plans. Are there any clarifying questions regarding wages or benefits from us?
Excuse me, I have to catch up. I don't think so at this time. I think we can get in greater detail a little bit later.
Cool. Thank you. Sounds good. And then we also we want to talk about the mutuals, kind of what we discussed when we were out there for a second here. And I'm going to punt that one to Vicki.
Okay, so the wage schedule is already a mutual per the MOU. So we just made sure it was explicitly part of the list. It's kind of a mandatory mutual. We're looking at, just to be clear, compacting the wage schedule in that committee. And the goal is that that committee brings a joint proposal to the table. So I think that needs to be scheduled to get that work done. And that includes the market analysis that you mentioned, Phil, that Scott was working on. And it also includes a line about holidays. So there are some job descriptions or some job types where holidays, I don't even know how to describe it off the top of my head. They're not built in as separate holidays. They're part of your pay. And it's not transparent and it doesn't make sense. And we had a grievance and it was resolved through bargaining to have this in the MOU so that those holidays are broken out as paid holidays. I think it affects food service managers and maybe paraeducators. There are a couple of jobs. I don't think it's one that you have an issue in your department, Mark.
High dosage tutors.
And high dosage tutors. Going along with the holidays, we believe that Juneteenth was already implemented for year-round employees, but holidays are a subject of bargaining, so we need to talk about it and incorporate it into our agreement. But we'd like to have discussion around what the paid holidays are. So it was implemented without bargaining, but Jespa has had kind of a long history of trying to get MLK as a paid holiday for our paraprofessionals. So they're the only group in the district that doesn't have MLK Day as a paid holiday. And so there's a big inequity there. And yet we added Juneteenth, which is a paid holiday for folks, year-round employees only, that already, have all the other vacation days plus holidays, while we've still left out the paraprofessionals and MLK Day. So we'd like to talk about that as part of the holiday discussion. As far as we did discuss your mutuals, and I don't know if one of you want to speak to it, or I can continue. We would like to talk about the grievance procedure as a mutual. And we also wanted you all, some of us might be new here too, but we've never negotiated with you all as a group. So we're hoping we can just feel this out together and see how it goes and keep the conversation going without necessarily needing to jump into bargaining an MOU before we've kind of learned about how the process works with new people at the table.
and I was just going to hold myself accountable because I completely forgot to add something to this before it was sent. But it was discussed during the wage committee meeting, and that was to for the new pay increases to be effective July 1st, as it is for other work groups in the district, instead of September 30th.
Just a couple quick clarifying questions from my perspective. So in looking at this document, obviously there's a lot of work to be done. And looking at the first bullet point, comprehensive district plan to address chronic understaffing issues. Are you looking at, and I'm just trying to wrap my head around it, are you looking at proposing language that fits into a specific article with regards to the hiring process? I just am hopeful to understand because it doesn't point to a specific article in the CBA.
So the way that we prepped this and planned this, we were actually, a lot of these things can fit in a lot of different places, right? And so our hope was to really kind of, I'll come at this collaboratively, but also look at it, Article 4, a lot of this stuff can fit into Article 4. Some of this stuff could also fit into Article 6. So we did leave it a little bit ambiguous just because it is so far-reaching that the staffing issues can literally fit into almost any part of our contract. And so we did come at this with more of a generalized kind of view and wanted to speak to our interests and what we see as the problems, and then kind of dig deeper and figure out where we can affect these and actually have, come up with solutions that work. That was the idea.
Yeah, and you can kind of see that both of our proposals are really about staffing. So our big issue that we want to solve is staffing, but our members brought so many different thoughts about what that looks like that we broke this idea of fixing staffing into two. So yeah, we see overlap with the first one being more like HR district level, and the second, the student center staffing, being more at the school level, the SBB, how that impacts principals and their hiring and staffing of school-based staff and paraprofessionals. And there's not really a place for that already in the contract. But maybe could be Article 6, which is really like titled compensation. But it could be, we could make that article more about compensation and staffing, budgeting. Our goal is really to have some minimum levels that don't currently exist for ESP staffing. That last point in the second proposal, administrator accountability too, we had consistency too. So you had mentioned before we broke accountability and consistency, and that's really kind of the high level of how do we have systems level thinking that isn't so easy to manipulate based on which CFO you have, which CEO COO you have, or which supervisor is interpreting what to do. There's a lot of issues we're seeing with SBB and how that impacts our school staff, that we want to have some guidelines and minimums for.
Need to turn on my microphone. So just a clarifying question a little bit, when you talk about minimum staffing levels, and I know that there's multiple groups of ESPs that we could talk about. Speaking from my own experience, right, I have a formula that tells me this is my minimum staffing level, and we can't be successful without this number of staff. Are we looking for a definition to that level for all ESPs in every position, or are we looking for a generalization? I guess I just want to clarify the depth of.
I mean, your department is the model of having levels and ratios or custodian to square footage that we've thought about, that we're not sure that exists for other job types. Except maybe, I mean, there have been paraeducator staffing levels for center programs, but not sure if those are set in stone or how those work. And, you know, one of the conversations we've had with our paraeducator groups is just having a ratio even the right legal lever? Because it should not be about just a ratio, but how do we meet IEPs, right? So that might be a discussion. And then we want to talk about routes and how do we make sure routes are staffed and that you have enough people in your department based on the number of routes needed to get kids to school safely.
Just want to comment, having a side conversation, but I make sure that it's transparent for everyone to hear. I was just saying it might be helpful for us in special education to share kind of our guiding principles for how we allocate paraeducators, which are specific to our center-based programs. We also have paraprofessionals, which tend to serve more of our mild to moderate students with disabilities who are not in our center programs. And then we have our independent support paras, which are more specific to students with a higher level of need. So like our one-on-ones or two-on-ones. So if that would be information that would be helpful, Jessica would be happy to bring that information back for us to take a closer look at. I think we have an interest in that as well.
We are looking at that as well too. I think it was a ratio that was decided a long time ago, and it's something that we continue to look at. We do, regardless of what the ratio is, we do still try and be student-centered, right, to look at really what the student needs, because that's, again, just like we had all said before, being student-centered is the most important.
Well, and just expanding that also into paraprofessionals. I have a school where it's mandated that there's 2 adults out at recess, and that's fantastic. And talking to my peers, there's 1 adult out at elementary school recess for over 100 kids. That's not a safe situation. So that consistency is key.
So as I read through this, I think we have a lot of common interests. I think it's probably for our purposes of really understanding and really digging into what needs to happen in some of these to put into place a mechanism, right? I think it's because I think, and certainly looking at this and understanding your interests, there are parts of this that are more on a philosophical level and a belief within that interest. But then there are pieces and parts to how do you get to that, right? Just as an example, and having a better understanding in the first section of hiring and posting positions. What does that mean? And we don't have to answer the questions, and I'm not trying to be rhetorical. I just, to gain better understanding what that means is really important. Clarity around open positions, with postings being with location, hours, benefits, etc. There's a lot of what I see that already happens, but maybe not as consistently as it could or should, right? And I think what I'm hearing is we need to have more systems and structures in place to make sure there is consistency. And I will tell you, in many of my conversations with our Chief Human Resources Officer, Jen Jones, coming in new to our district, and me only having been in the district now in my 4th year, there's a lot of systems and structures and pieces and parts from an HR perspective that really need to be put in place. And it's not anyone's fault of the system. It's just we need it, plain and simple. So I think there's some. It'll be interesting because I think there's some things in here that we're already working towards and working on to improve. So I want you to know that up front. It's, this isn't like, oh, holy smokes, this is a slap in the face or anything of the kind. It's essentially, yeah, we get it, because our HR department lives it every day, and you get it in your schools because you see it every day, and special ed sees it every day, and custodial services and transportation, see it every day with not having enough people. And there's a lot we can get better at, for sure. And you have pointed out to us some things already that have happened. Especially when we saw the transition from last year to this year in the pay schedule, and things not having been updated in a timely manner, and people are looking at the wrong information and not having the additional $2 increase applied to every cell. And how can we attract employees to the district when we aren't even providing them with the correct information? So there are a whole lot of systems improvements that we need to make, and we'll be the first to recognize that. And I know Jen Jones, in working with Scott Barnes, myself, and the team in HR, our leadership team, know there's a lot to do to improve systems and structures. So I appreciate what you've put on paper, because we have a lot of shared interests there.
Bill, can I ask you a question real quick? As far as the hiring, when you said that you guys are already working on something, can you share what's improving or what you're working on improving right now?
Well, I think one of the things that you've pointed out would be job descriptions, and I see job description audit in here, which is it's a monster. When we have hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of different job codes, and I know that oftentimes in an organization, and maybe not even one that's large, you do your improvements and you do your updates. And I think our improvements and our updates happen on an as-needed basis versus there being like a review of all of our job descriptions. And I know, and again, it's no criticism of anybody. It's kind of a systems thing that we need to be going through and updating. And when you see a job description that has been updated for 10 years or 15 years, that's oftentimes problematic because it doesn't even have the correct language. So there's a lot of that going on, Jenna, and I think what we're doing in HR is trying to figure out the priorities. Because, and it's not a matter of sitting back and throwing up our hands and saying, we don't know what we're doing or what to do next. It's a matter of getting after all of it all the time, because we can't not identify and work on a lot of these issues. So one of the things that we talked about is and some of it's just been practices of Jeffco. And not to be critical, but just cleaning up some of the practices where we have posted positions as strong internal candidate, internal only, or whatever, versus no, this should be opened up to everybody. And that's a small cleanup of postings that our HR team, specifically in talent acquisition, has done. So there's a lot of the beauty of it is we have a lot of new people in HR who've come from other places and bring in different experiences and are saying, like, scratching their heads going like, yeah, we've got to do this differently. And can I point to like a whole laundry list of things, and do we have a checklist? I can't, but I can tell you that a lot of what is in this area are things that we're already working on and identifying, and we can even bring back information with regards to where are we on this kind of a thing. Denine's been in our HR department a couple years longer than I have, and she was in our employment services team. And then when we transitioned employment services and talent acquisition, when I came here, there have been just a lot of things going on. And I don't know that you want to speak to some of the things that you've seen, just kind of a brief historical perspective concerning any of those items. But, I don't want to, and then I'll turn it over to you and I'll be quiet. I don't want to minimize or give the impression that we're making excuses, but I can tell you over the course of the last 2 years, at least the last 2 years, this job market's killing us. And I think the real question right now is, what are we doing about it to be more attractive so that we can hire more support staff? I mean, that's really the big ticket, right? And I know that the job market's slowing down a little bit, and there are fewer jobs out there, which means it's less competitive. But are we going to wait for the job market to have a dip, or are we going to do something to try to get in front of it? And I think that's really important because, I'll use Mark or even Greg's operations as examples. They've been dying on the vine, and they're making do with the best they have. And we know that is stressing employees and working people to the max, and even to the point of probably paying more overtime than they've ever paid before in the time that they've been doing this work. I'm not opposed to paying overtime for people, but it also says to someone that the Fair Labor Standards Act is in place for the 40-hour work week maximum, and we can't keep tapping employees to work above and beyond and maxing that out. And yes, the additional pay is nice, but there's a degree of burnout, and there's a degree of work-life balance that is important to people too for their longevity and health. So I think, and again, it's not an excuse because we do need to be more proactive and do something about it. But our job market right now and has been just smothering us. So
I think I can speak a little for special education, just in what we're thinking about, because understaffing is something that we've been dealing with for years, and especially this year, it's been the hardest I think it's been. Things that we're looking into this year are training our paras to become behavior technicians, which would bring a little bit more money for them, and also provide some really great behavior training for them to feel more efficacious in their jobs. Another thing that we're looking into is a para to teacher pipeline, because we have some amazing paras who provide really great instruction to kids, and so how can we help them move up that way? Things that we've done this year has been incredibly flexible with paras that we hire. We have some that only work 1 day a week. We are willing to work with that. Anything that we can do to, one, value people and have people work with kids, right? Because I think the safety thing that you're talking about and wanting to people stay in here as a career, however we can get them, and we're willing to. I'm also on the Special Education Advisory Committee, and just so you know, one of our subgroups is about recruitment and retention. So this is something that we deal with all the time. And so we have parents in that group, different paraprofessionals as well as teachers, talking about how we can do that and create this, comprehensive long-term solution that you guys are talking about as well in your proposal. So it is constantly on our minds, and we do have to find a way to, if not fix the solution, a way to how do we move forward in a positive way to keep people here.
And I do want to talk about kind of where we've been in talent acquisition prior to me coming on board with employee relations. We have been doing outreach through Indeed and other postings for looking outside of Jefferson County. We've done things in partnership with Jefferson County associations and programs to find positions. We've had multiple job fairs. For the last 2 to 3 years, was running 2 different parent-to-teacher programs from 2 different universities, trying to get outreach and doing presentations, getting people connected. So I think that we obviously need to do more, but we've been trying to do things creatively and to impact the ability for schools and departments to reach out further in their recruitment, as well as looking at the career pathways for our para-pros, para-educators, ISPs. I've had multiple conversations. We have a huge amount of very talented people and educated people, but they do have to go through coursework. And then, there are some barriers with they need the 6-hour position, and they would have to go to school during 2 days a week during half days, or some of those things. I think there are options and things that we can look at still to be creative, but I just want you guys to know that we have recognized the problem and we have been trying to be creative and solving those problems, and we will continue to do that.
I was just going to say that it's been interesting to me from a tradesman's point of view. I don't know everybody else's stuff, but I've been learning a lot from Darcy and everybody I work with on the team, and it's interesting to look at from the point of view of not knowing how things are in the schools. I'm hopping around to all the schools, taking care of business on my side, but the creativity is everything, and I feel like the whole United States we're struggling with hiring people, and I think something that's happening is that we're working with old systems, and it's nobody's problem. But I hope that Jeffco can be the innovators of brand new things, to make the people out there who are scared to step into a career at Jeffco because they're not sure that's what they want. But hopefully, we can come up with new stuff. I'm talking to Darcy and realizing, all these people have 1 hour, 2 hours. This school changed. They only get a couple hours now when they had 4 before. All these different things, and I always say to her, I go, why isn't there just a para department? Why isn't there? There's all the school-based, so I'm learning about the SBB and all that, and I'm like, well, that seems like a problem, Maybe not, but that's a system, an old system, and I ask, is Denver like that, and all the other places like that? And it seems like it's the same everywhere, and it's been the same it's been the same pretty much from what I understand, but I think all industries and organizations with this job market the way it is, we're going to have to completely redo it. We're going to have to make it shinier and interesting because for some reason, it's not catching everybody's eye anymore. And I look forward to seeing that work out for the kids and for teachers. You know, it's amazing being an electrician and working in a classroom with all the kids. And of course, I'm relating to the kids. I'm like, oh man, what's going on here, you know? But at the end of the whole time, I'm looking at the teacher and the parents going, oh my gosh, these people should be millionaires. And I know that's not the way it works, but you know, at the end of the day, I hope we can innovate along the way, new ways for other districts and states, and to see us and say, wow, they took a big step, and that was brave. And maybe it didn't work out perfect, but hopefully it's a new path. You know, that's my wishes.
I just wanted to kind of acknowledge something that we've been talking about. I think we all acknowledge that Jeffco needs to kind of do better. I mean, we gotta pay our people more. We gotta get people in. And what I'm hearing is that that's kind of a common ideal, right? And we gotta get people in, and we gotta make sure that they're taken care of so that they stay here. We gotta pay people more, and we gotta give them better benefits. And I think that's so foundational to getting people in and keeping them. And we talk about competitiveness. We don't like using that word on this side. We want our wages and people to be thriving. We like that. We like using that word because to us, that means that we can then save money. We can invest money in our families. We can use the money we're earning to better ourselves, right? And not just paying it back into the system. So we hear you, and we have a plan for our people, and we just hope we can get there and make you believe that.
And I just wanted to add to what John said about making jobs shiny. And also, I'd like to encourage the district to continue being innovative, and not just in the way that we advertise our jobs and how we put that information out there, but also there's this, I don't know if Jeffco cultures or how things are done, but when people are looking at jobs and they see the low wages, that's not attractive. And if we do get someone that applies for them and then they see the pay frequency and sometimes they go 6 weeks without a paycheck, they're not going to stay here. They're going to go somewhere else. And then once they get on and then they get the benefits and see how much benefits are, especially to cover a family, that decreases their take-home pay. That's also not attractive. That added to some disrespect at the workplace and other things that happen, and then they leave and we're back at that high turnover. And then we're back at trying to find somebody to fill in that position, and then we're back to the pay frequency situation. So it's really hard to get those jobs filled. And yes, we don't want competitive wages. All that means is that the district next door is paying 1 penny more than us, or we're paying a penny more than them. And livable wages just means paycheck to paycheck. So thriving wages probably make jobs shiny and more attractive to people.
And just with that being said, we all have families, and those are our employees. We just need to have the confidence to bring them here, you know, and that's nobody at this fault. Nobody here's fault. It's just, well, like I said, the innovation of a different way to do public schools, you know. So,
And I'll just piggyback off of what they said as well. It's tough and I dare any one of you sitting over there to go talk to an ESP that doesn't have a second job. because I'm going to guarantee probably 99% of them have another part-time job or 3, and that would be me. We joke, but it's not a joke, that I work my other 2 jobs so I can work here because I love this job so much. This is the one job, and I've told you this, Phil, this is the one job I want. That's why I sit at this table, is because I want this to be my only job. And I want it to be my career. I want to retire from Jeffco. So that's why I'm sitting at this table. So when you guys sit over there, I want you to think, keep that in mind, that there's people like me. There's tons of us. There's so many more like me that work here, that want to be here, that choose to be here because of that. And also when we talk about changing the culture, I grew up in Jeffco. I went to Jeffco. I graduated from Jeffco. This used to be a place people wanted to work at. I was so proud to go to Jeffco schools. I was proud to be a Jeffco resident, and we've lost that over time, sadly. And I would love to be a part of rebuilding that. And I'm happy to be sitting here and hope to be part of that change, and that we can change the whole entire Jeffco culture from the inside out. That this is a place people, like we've said, want to be beating our doors down to come work at, instead of going across the street to Westminster to make more money. Even if we don't pay as much, they want to come work at Jeffco because this is the place to work, because it has the culture that we make, that it is the place they want to come work. So I hope we all sitting in this room right now can keep that in mind as we do these negotiations for all of our staff and all of our students, that we keep that in mind. So that's just my 2 cents, and I appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, I guess my light's green. So I'm wondering, process-wise, with your first major bullet point with regards to comprehensive district plan, and then the student-centered staffing, obviously the financial, wages, benefits kind of all fall into that comp category, knowing that we've got to get to the benefits here real soon. How do you want to proceed with regards to those 2 major bullet points that you have? Because they're very broad and very comprehensive. And I know you mentioned, we've got some pieces out of Article 4, Article 6, and we're not in a true full opener for negotiations, but certainly know there's tentacles that go everywhere. When you open one article, there's impacts in other places. So I'm just kind of wondering whether we can get a better understanding as to how we want to, or you want to define where you want to go next.
Are you maybe, what I'm hearing you say maybe is that we could draft language as a next step, just to have an idea of what this would look like on paper. So that's an option.
Yeah, I think it's always an option, right?
Mhm.
I think, now that we've been having a little deeper conversation, is to how do we get to the point of, maybe this isn't the right terminology, but actualizing some of the things that you have put into writing that are interests, right? I mean, and again, I'll have to go back to the hiring and posting positions. Are we talking about defining what that should look like in each of these categories, or is there a general process through a proposal that you're wanting to create for us to respond to? Not really sure. I mean, again, we're getting a lot of information here with regards to your interests and desires, and so just kind of wondering how we want to attack these issues or proceed.
I mean, another option is we could go through it together Obviously, we'd want to do that with your proposals as well, but to look at them and figure out, are they all really both of our interests, and what is already worked on, and what could we work through them point by point? And are there any that you need to disagree with? 'Cause that's an option too, that are just like, no, we can't do that. That would be helpful to know. And it'd probably be helpful for you to know from our side what in your proposals we like and what we can add to, and what might be a red flag or.
I'm just wondering, do we need to tease out first, like, which bullet points would be more fitting for Article 4 or Article 6? So that we have some clarity to what the language looks like currently and how that's going to impact it.
And kind of to add to what Deneen just said, so in lieu of doing that, a proposal might be a proposal for each of these little squares rather than a proposal specific to an article. So I'm just trying to sort through my own mind as to approach. And even going back to what Deneen said, where these might fit, right?
Yeah, we usually try to start out our negotiations really generating a lot of options, just to kind of, so we do use some interest-based processes by generating many options. So we're not purely just traditional, but it often helps just expedite the process when we draft how we see the language working. So if that helps, we could make it work in the article and draft language so that you can see and respond to it. Just so that we're not just sitting, we try not to sit and pontificate too much, basically, is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So that we can get down to work.
Yeah.
And I don't know. What do y'all think? It helps me too to just visualize, well, what are we actually saying here in the contract?
So I guess I'd throw out the idea that, knowing that, maybe we put together a schedule now, a high-level schedule of our meeting dates, and we can put into those meeting dates tentatively what we're going to attempt to accomplish, and kind of do some backwards planning, so to speak, and that way we know at least at a high level what we're looking at doing each meeting, and then we can start setting agendas for those meetings. And of course, knowing that this is a fluid process and things flow from one meeting to the next and continue, maybe that would be the, rather than jumping in to a specific article or into more detail, it's great to understand your perspective and knowing your interests. That's awesome, and we appreciate that. Now maybe we should just start putting together that schedule high level so that we can kind of point towards some benchmarks or goals to get to.
Not that my voice really matters right now, but I would second that out of the context of the preamble and the mutual respect and the efficiency that we're all striving for and the focus. I think if we can put that agenda together, then we can prepare for the next time we come back together to share things like what Jessica was mentioning, how we allocate paraprofessionals, if that is information that would be helpful to that conversation. But knowing what to prepare for, I think, would be the ideal next step.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah.
So
about the
yeah,
schedule.
I just had a question real quick. So kind of talking, we kind of went through our plan here. Can we just revisit yours a little bit here and just say, so because I think we kind of decided that yes, grievances, we would like to do a mutual on that, but the MOU conducting negotiations, no. So I guess we're wondering where you stand on what proposals you're bringing now with that new knowledge.
Oh, fair enough. Good question. So, if we've got mutual agreement, we need to talk about the grievance process. That's great. The proposal to have an MOU on conducting negotiations and certainly, I think Vicki said it very well earlier with regards to, hey, we're just trying to get to know each other at this point in time and working together. And it would be nice to be able to think, well, we don't need to fix something that's not broken. We don't even know that it's broken because we haven't worked with you, right? All of us at the table on this side are new to you, and many of you are new on your own team. So, it's probably a process. And you know what, if we get down to the brass tacks later on, and, I certainly don't want this to happen, but if things go sideways on us, and then maybe we need to start thinking about doing things differently. And it's kind of a little bit of a risk, but it's one we're willing to move forward with. It's we're not hung up on saying we need to do this negotiations process differently because we haven't done it together yet, right? And so I'm not, our team is not like pounding the table demanding the MOU on how do we negotiate. I'll just say this: in the short time we've been together today, I'm greatly appreciative of the conversation and being able to just talk and get to know each other a little bit better through the process. So, Xander, going back to your question, I think we're in good place, so to speak, with regards to digging in deeper on the work assignments. I don't necessarily think that's going to take a whole lot of time. I think it's just some clarification and cleaning a few things up and having a better understanding of that. And then the food service pieces with the differential pay and MEQs, we certainly want to stay the course on that, and as long as we are able to talk about the grievance piece, because we know that's important to our FNS department, and it's a huge part of our operations, obviously. And so I think we generally have agreement and clarification that, we'll stick with our original two of Article 14 and 16. And, there may even be a few pieces in Article 4 that we're addressing through the conversation from your interests, too. So, in some ways, Article 4 is a mutual, but there's probably different parts of Article 4 that each of us have a special interest in. So,
Thank you.
Okay, I'm kind of into the backwards plan and scheduling, just to have a roadmap, if you all are. And then because we have till 5 scheduled, I'm wondering if it wouldn't be helpful for us to caucus and review on your side what we put together and talk amongst yourselves. And maybe, I also would like to see just a little bit more about what you're proposing in the two. I know you said Katie's not here to talk about the MAQ. But I guess I would like to maybe caucus after we talk about schedule and do some work and then bring it back to each other. And maybe during scheduling, we can figure out what work we want to get done during a caucus that we can come back with today.
okay. Yeah, maybe flesh out some high-level ideas.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah, and I think with regards to the MEQ piece from Katie and bringing that to the table, I think we can ask her and Beth to put together their thoughts. We're not saying, hey, write a proposal or reinvent the wheel on this. It's, what are some of the sticking points? What are some of the areas that have been problematic for both employees and for the management of the program? So we certainly can ask them to do that. But yeah, I certainly think we can caucus for a while, and we'll allow our team to pull our heads together too and generate some ideas around our articles and even discuss the document that you've provided to us, and then probably even come back with some more questions too. So.
Just as some housekeeping for that then, is there a room available for us to caucus in and get this done?
I think we, if you want to stay here, we'll go down to the HR. We've got a big conference room down there. We can go down there if you want to stay here. So that helps. I can't promise anything, Vicki. I mean, there's always that little hallway over there you guys seem to like so well. I've never been in there. Kind of scares me. So I think at this point in time, do you want to plan to caucus? Oh, I'm sorry. Let's schedule. Yes, I'm sorry. Good. Thank you. Okay, we'll continue on then, and with looking at schedule. Dates.
So, Vicki, do you have all the dates?
Yes. We've got all the dates up. Do y'all need them?
I'm just trying to take notes on a Google Doc so I can share it with you.
Okay.
Afterwards.
That would be awesome. I can read the dates if we need them
Yeah.
for everyone. Or you got them? Okay.
I think our team, I think we all have those. Do everyone have the doc? Yeah, so we're obviously February 23rd today. Our next scheduled meeting is on March 6th from noon till 8. I guess I'm going to throw this into the mix, and I know we're not really backwards planning at this point. JCEA's next negotiation session is March 2nd, next Thursday. And I know, Xander, I think you're going to connect with Rob Cassidy. They're wondering if we want to have at least the initial conversation between both associations concerning benefits. So I think, and we have a little bit of a placeholder on their calendar for March 2nd, and would carve out, I think, a couple hours out of that bargaining session. It may not be bargaining to completion, but at least, as much as anything, a report out from association members to each of their constituents along with the district team.
Yeah, I need to connect with Rob. We need to connect with Rob and talk about that. So yeah, it's in the works.
Okay, great. Okay, so, and that would be an additional date to what we have listed here, obviously.
Can you give the time window for that day bargaining?
Yeah, that's absolutely. So next, on the 2nd of March, we have a bargaining session with JCEA that goes from 4 o'clock until 9 o'clock. And I think there's some flexibility just because we're just getting started with them as well to be able to carve out time, whether it's, from 6 till 8 or whatever it might be. But I think we can coordinate that with Rob Cassidy, who co-chairs with Xander.
What was the timeline ending that you mentioned earlier for benefits?
Yeah.
Did you say April or did you say March?
April 24th. And I know that sounds like a long ways out, but it's not. Spring break's right around the corner, right? So I think, if we can at least have the presentation from the Benefits Advisory Committee as to the plans that have been selected and are being recommended, then, and knowing costs, that type of thing, we will also need to invite Melissa Eckbach, our Director of Benefits, and possibly Brenna Copeland from Finance. So, yeah, we may. I'm not sure whether the Benefits Advisory Committee wants to invite the health consultants as well. But there's a little bit of a coordination effort that needs to take place if we're going to do it by next Thursday. The other potential possibility could be there's another session on March 8th. So a couple weeks out, if that gives people a little more time. It might help from a planning standpoint. The bargaining session with goes from 4 until 9. And really 4 o'clock is when the teams get together and usually start about 4:30. Okay. Aside from the benefits piece, which we want to coordinate with JCEA, it looks to me like we have do we want to talk compensation finance presentation sooner rather than later? Maybe we plot that in first and then look at putting compensation on for negotiations a little bit later in the schedule.
I believe I've heard that principals are submitting revisions to their budgets, and I don't know their timeline. So I think we'd be curious, because a lot of our proposal has to do with SBB, to know what the school-based budgets look like. I'm not sure when they're due.
Yeah, we're going to look to see when the news.
I feel like it was mid-March. So maybe March 30th would be a better day than March 8th to get the info.
Okay, so
depending.
So looking at this on March 30th, a financial presentation.
Wait for the green there. So will the actual benefits be on that same presentation as the budgetary and financial?
No, I think we're planning on talking benefits whenever we can schedule that joint bargaining session with JCEA. And Greg, for our purposes, we may not need to have our entire team there, but it's really going to depend on coordinating the time. So if you already have something else scheduled on whatever date we determine, which could be March 2nd, we'll let you off the hook for a little while. Even though your mic wasn't on, I heard that. Thank you. Okay. And so are we thinking compensation should come at what point? I mean, I'm looking at the dates we have scheduled. We have after today 7 dates after today, and we have some 8-hour sessions, some 4-hour sessions. The next one is an 8-hour session.
I think a lot of this has to do with wage committee work, and that that wage committee should be preparing a joint proposal on wage schedule. So we can get some of that work done throughout March. I don't know.
So maybe I'm just looking at some placeholders in here that we can use as targets in the process. So do we want to, okay, I guess my question really is, typically you negotiate wages at the end of a bargaining session. We don't have to. We can do it as quickly as we can get all the information together, but you're right. We need that comp structure information and have that conversation. Maybe that's, since we've had really only one meeting with a request for the information that we're looking for, maybe that needs to just come right directly to this bargaining team and get that information provided, and then we determine, what's next. I mean, I don't want to minimize the importance of or fail to recognize the importance of the MOU, but I think what we're waiting really on is what does that information look like so that we can talk about what it is that you'd be requesting.
Okay, sorry, I keep talking. Are you saying that like Scott could bring what he's working on to this table?
Yeah,
instead of having separate wage committee?
It might expedite the process once we have some of that information. What I can tell you is the holiday pay piece is probably the easiest thing to have a conversation around, and I think he and I had a brief discussion, and it seems like it's kind of a no-brainer. The closing the gaps on the schedule is something that we're costing out right now, and he's working with our finance team to see what that would mean as an informational item. The market analysis takes time, and I know he's working with a consultant that does this type of work all the time. I don't believe that we're going to have a complete market analysis done for all of our job codes by the time we're ready to start talking compensation. I think that's the market analysis is, it's information that we need to have, obviously, so that we are, and I'm not going to use that word that I used earlier, we are thriving. Okay, I like that. I really do. I mean, I throw around the other word because that's kind of what we do in the market, and we are doing a market analysis, but let's see. That's going to take some time to flesh that out, but I think we can do a lot of our work if we don't have that information. And I'll say it's probably not likely, because I know Scott and others are working with getting a consultant to do that work for us.
Okay. I might think that the team needs to meet, the compensation committee needs to meet at least for an hour, potentially, but I like the idea of bringing it to the table. But there were pieces of input that I think might be helpful for the consultant and Scott.
Sure.
Like how to do the market analysis in a way that prioritizes the highest understaffed jobs. So making sure market analysis is done for paraeducators and bus drivers and custodians and foods, the highest understaffed positions, maybe priority, and other. I don't know them all off the top of my head, but
Yeah, let's get a meeting scheduled. The comp structure review meeting scheduled, and with Scott, and see if we can get an update. And then if there's enough information that we're good to go to bring to the table, that's great. If we have to wait, we have to wait a little longer. Does that make sense? Okay, I put that on my to-do list. Or Denise's to-do list. I'm just kidding. Okay, so do we want to put some placeholders on this schedule?
It's kind of hard to do this. We don't have like a range of a million issues to like calendar out. So all of this other placeholder fill in is language or discussion, right? About our proposals. So at least the first couple of meetings, I'm guessing we're going to be talking about all of them. Does that seem too much?
Well, I
Or
think
like March 6th, we have 8 hours. I'm sure we'll touch on every single issue that we've brought.
maybe we'll solve all the issues and then we'll save some time.
Yes.
You'd
Let's
like
try to
that?
finish on.
It'd be nice
March
to not need all these dates. Wow.
I did find the date for when the school budgets are due for inclusion in the proposed budget. It's March 17th.
Okay. So March 30th would be a good time if we can get a financial presentation scheduled. Yeah. Maybe we jump right into Article 4 as the first one, since there's tentacles into your first bullet point, and we just dive in at the next meeting.
You also mentioned that Katie would likely be doing the food service. So I wonder if she's going to be at the here on the 6th. I wonder if we can hear from her that day about the food service stuff.
We will work with her to have that happen. Yes. We aren't going to need a 8-hour financial presentation.
Say that again.
We aren't going to need an 8-hour financial presentation unless we just allow Brenna to go. She could do it. I don't think we need that as much as we appreciate Brenna's work and her passion for her work. So we probably could, maybe we continue to work on Article 4, Article 16 if needed on March 30th.
Sure. I think we could also break down the financial presentation. I'm just kind of thinking that it might be helpful to hear from Brenna about the SBB work that's already been done and where we are on it. And maybe we could do that on the 6th if she's available. Just the high level, because there are some issues we're running into right now. When principals start making their budgets, they start cutting people's hours. And there's also something we've been told consistently at this table, that principals don't have to budget for benefits, but they do. And we're always told, no, they don't have to do that. They shouldn't be cutting hours based on avoiding having to pay benefits. But we just confirm it over and over again that principals do have ESP, paraprofessional, health insurance attached to their budget. But we've also talked about this with Brenna and the consultants on the SBB work. And so maybe there's an update on it that they're working on this exact issue.
Okay.
We could talk about and then get more of a final here's what the budget's looking like on the 30th.
Okay, we'll see if Brenda's available to give us, provide us with information concerning SBB and changes that have taken place. And then with the idea of coming back potentially on the 30th if she's available. And as long as she's here that day, I can't imagine that she'll be completely tied up from 8 till 4, but she can come and do it'll probably be at least a couple hour presentation. Having been in her presentations already, there's a lot to it. So we'll make that request of her for both of those dates if she's available, and she may ask Brian Sammons to come in for that first one if she's not available. But it's up to her completely. And then we'll put in on the 30th as well, continue conversation with Article 4, Article 16, if that's okay. And I'm just, again, these are placeholders, not etched in stone. Just so we're getting some things put in place.
Where do you want to at Article 12 with grievances?
That might be a refreshing break from Article 4 and Article 16 on April 17th.
I mean, if on March 6th or 30th, we hit stopping points with the other articles, we can start talking about that at any point in time.
And I'm wondering too, now that we've had some additional conversation, because, and I hate to generalize this without having the data, but it appears that many of the grievances are tied to corrective action, that I'm wondering if there needs to be a parallel with that. And I'm not saying let's open another article necessarily, but as we're talking about grievances and some of the nuances with getting to step one and how you get to step one based upon maybe some perceived or real missteps in the corrective action process. I don't know. I mean, maybe there's some tweaking there we can do that doesn't require like any kind of a big changes or massive changes or overhaul. So April 17th, I have down grievance procedure. How do we categorize your second bullet point? Because as I look at this too and try to digest it, and I understand it, a lot of it has financial implications with regards to the attractiveness and being able to hire, et cetera.
Well, I think that ties into what these were going to bring about ratios, and is that the right way to go, and those discussions to happen.
Okay.
System and process.
Okay. So do we want to label that as, in general terminology, staffing issues?
But our first one, staffing issues too.
I know. You're
Yeah,
confusing
I
me.
think, yeah, it's staffing, but that kind of ratio, budget level, student facing versus the HR job description, hiring.
Just a rookie thought here, but as we work through the individual articles, I'm wondering if we keep that list of bullet points fresh on our minds, and then as we work through the articles, as they resolve, right? Maybe they don't need to be individually planned out on the calendar. Just a thought.
Yeah,
Good rookie thought.
That's all. No, that's a lot smarter thought than I had. So, I mean,
We're all rookies here. It's okay.
no, it's all good. Yeah, because Mark, I think you're right. As we work through these, some of the bullet points are going to pop into the conversation. Well, so if we need to, we can keep it broad and look at Article 4, Article 6, I believe it is, and just work through those articles, I guess, right?
Yeah, I mean, it could be, we could just add a new section to Article 6 in talking about it, or it could become its own new article. Whatever makes the most sense. There's just not a specific place called out
The organizers
already.
I'm just wondering if we need to have some kind of notation on our schedule that to look again to those bullet items, because I think that we need to checks and balances if we're going to weave them in and out of articles to make sure that all of your items are discussed.
We won't let you forget.
Just want to make sure.
Yeah. You could, I mean, if it's easier to just make sure it's scheduled and we need to call it something, we could agree to call it Article 6.
Yeah.
On the schedule.
I just put on my little draft Article 6 on April 16th, and I'm to Deneen's point, just put bullet points 1 and 2 and making sure that we're reviewing those issues. And so I guess I would ask the question, do we then want to reserve, if you will, compensation conversations just as a placeholder, again, May 9th, 18th, and 25th? We have 4 hours on the 9th, 4 hours on the 18th, and 8 hours on the 25th.
I think that's okay. I think that also it's likely going to come up in other places too before then, just so we know that that it's going to be, it will very likely be part of the conversation for these other things too, just so we know that.
Yeah, and I guess I would say that typically as we work through these other pieces and parts, typically what evolves from that is a package, right? And, we can have the conversation and have the verbal agreements for a lot of the pieces and parts, and build that out, that structure out. And then it then becomes a package at the end, right? Okay.
I just want to clarify something, I think. We tend to think of everything as the package too. So some of these things are just as important to us as money. So I think JCEA might do scheduling a little bit differently in terms of like trying to finish language and then moving to compensation. So I don't know. We think of them all kind of together. But totally get that there's a budget and finances that we have to work through.
Right. Yeah, I think certainly a couple different ways to do it. And some associations will TA language, especially language that doesn't have direct impact on compensation. And then anything that does, it gets packaged into the compensation towards the end of the process. The nice part about doing that is it's nice to be able to say, hey, we got a TA on this, article or on this section or whatever. I mean, I think in the process that I've learned over the course of too many years, it's nice to be able to celebrate little victories along the way, right? Because if you don't, sometimes you get to the end, and if things go sideways a little bit, it get ugly, right? And it's nice to be able to say, hey, we've had this success, and yeah, we're still working on it, versus throwing the entire baby out with the bathwater.
Yeah, and we do TA over time.
Okay.
We don't necessarily do all of one and
Okay.
before we move to the next. Like,
Yeah.
we're working on everything.
Yeah.
Usually.
Well, it appears to me we have a high-level schedule, and we'll get this to everybody. It looks like we're going to try to do a financial presentation with regards to SBB changes with Brenna on March 6th, if possible, for a couple hours, and then we'll start tackling Article 4, Article 16. And then on March 30th, we'll ask her to come back and do the full financial presentation, and then we'll continue to try to knock out Article 4, Article 16, and keeping in mind being cognizant of your bullet points and boxes and that you have on your document. And then it looks like April 17th, we would tackle grievance process, and if there are some tentacles into the corrective action pieces. Article 27 looks like Article 6, along with being cognizant of those bullet points that you've highlighted, and then getting right into the compensation pieces. I think we'll have a little better or more clarification, Vicki, if we can get a meeting scheduled sooner rather than later with the compensation structure review committee and Scott Barnes. I know there's only like 3 or 4 of us that participate in that, just so we have some ideas as to what we need for once we get to May. And I think my hope always is to slide the schedule up if we can, if we accomplish things and get done. May 25th seemed like a long way out. Maybe we shouldn't have even put that on the calendar. We should have just had May 18th as the end date, or May 8th or 9th as the end date, and just, yeah. And again, I'll keep my fingers crossed and be hopeful that maybe we can slide the schedule up, if that works for everyone.
It's a good hope. We've had multiple years of bargaining into the summer and even the next school year. So we're making good progress already.
Well, we want to give Matt the summer off.
Oh, I appreciate that, everyone. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
I just wanted, before I forget, to provide a little bit more context on the bullet point that says clarity around open positions. All positions must be posted with location, hours, benefits, and clear job descriptions. And one of it's again part of the transparency issues. That those pooled positions are usually pretty vague, is what we hear. Usually people, when they apply, they don't know the hours or the real, no real job description, benefits or location information. So it would just be helpful to have people be more informed on the decisions that they're about to make when applying for those jobs. In transportation, I guess there were no benefited full-time bus assistant jobs posted, and they were all pulled, not benefited. And they were also posted at the wrong wage. So that's just a little bit more context for you all to think about, and just for transparency reasons.
Shall we caucus?
Yeah,
Wanna
I think
caucus
so.
An hour
For an hour?
and then come back at 4?
Okay. Yeah, I think that's great. If you want to plan to stay here, you're welcome to, and we'll go down to HR. If one of you wants to just text me, I mean, we'll come back at 4, but if you think you need less time or more time, just shout at me through a text, however you do that. Is that all caps? No, just kidding. Okay, we're going to go ahead and take a caucus, and we'll be back at 4 o'clock. Thank you. Okay, I think we are returned from about an hour-long caucus and ready to have some conversation around Article 4. If you're ready to do that. And certainly would welcome having you point out as we go through Article 4, areas that are of interest to you as well. So I certainly want to put that on the table to make sure that we have dialogue. So we looked at,
Point of order, just for our people who are watching and
Yes.
live streaming, is there any way we could put Article 4 up on the screen?
maybe, it's not going to show any revisions or anything like that.
Understood. And if the answer is no, that's fine. I'm just trying to be
we-
cognizant of it's
I don't
more than
think we,
just us.
maybe we probably could. We've got a couple extra copies of the negotiated agreement here if they'd like to look at hard copies. Oh. It'll be a PDF probably of the negotiated agreement. Gives me time to stuff on my government thing. Yeah, I guess I think I'm back on green.
Could I just say quick before we start going through Article 4? We did some work on this in our caucus, but we did not get through the whole article. So there's going to be a point when we kind of just have not got there yet. So, but we'll let you know when we get there.
Yeah, great. Yeah, and what we're going to talk about is just a conversation as to what some of our thinking is behind why we wanted to go into Article 4. So, yeah, there's obviously room for conversation, and we certainly can do that. So it's tangled. Oh, I'm having a hard time here. All right, I think I'm okay. Yeah, doesn't look good, right? Okay, we'll keep moving along. Sorry. So Article 4, and we looked at position advertising, and we know there are some pieces of 4.1 position advertising that you had identified in some of your bullet points, and certainly would want to address some of those pieces. Where we went in Article 4 was in 4.4, the selection process. And we think some of this is clarification, some of this is the reality of the process. And so we wanted to talk more specifically about 4.4 with regards to when we get down into 4.4.3, 4.4.3.1, there seems to be a little bit of inconsistency here in the language where 4.4.3.1 indicates that an employee, and this is again a part of the selection process, employee evaluations and/or discipline are not to be used by the selection committee, and we wholeheartedly agree with that. And we agree with that because peers in the same employee group outside the supervisory ranks, administration, shouldn't have knowledge of another employee's evaluation. That's confidential information. That's HR rules. And so they shouldn't be privy to someone else's evaluation, period. So we wholeheartedly agree with that. However, when we get down to talking about the final recommendation to hiring managers will be based upon the selection committee's assessment of each applicant's qualifications against the selection criteria they develop. At a minimum, the selection criteria will include requirements of the advertised positions. Okay, so that in HR terminology, we call that minimum qualifications or MQs, qualifications of the applicant and how they match up. And then the last bullet says applicants' past job-related performance and or overall work history. Well, you can't get that information without having an evaluation available to them. So we don't believe that that last bullet point in there should be a part of this. However, we do believe that reference checks provided by the hiring manager probably should be. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean that employees who are part of that selection committee should see a reference check document, but the hiring manager can provide a ranking. Hypothetically, if there are 5 candidates in consideration and that hiring manager has done reference checks, that hiring manager could theoretically provide a 1 through 5 ranking for those candidates based upon the reference checks. The selection committee then uses that ranking or rating, if you will, as a part of their process. So we do think that reference checking and that information being provided by the hiring manager would be a nice substitute for that third bullet point. An additional piece of this that we think belongs as a part of this article that I think it's somewhat implied but not explicit would be that it talks about the final recommendation to hiring managers. It also talks about the hiring manager with input from the selection committee. But it really doesn't say explicitly that the hiring manager has the right to select a candidate. And there's somewhat of confusion here. We believe that the selection committee is making a recommendation. They are not the hiring manager. Okay, so just for a point of conversation, we feel that the hiring manager, and this is just kind of a statement that we can certainly discuss, but the hiring manager reserves the right to select candidates based upon the recommendation of the selection committee and in consideration of additional attributes important to the essential functions of the position. So essentially what that's saying is, yes, the hiring manager should take the selection committee's recommendation into consideration, but there are also additional attributes important to the essential functions of the position. And I know we've had a little bit of this conversation when we've been talking about the school closure pieces and the ability for principals to be able to make hiring decisions, et cetera. But we've talked about it as leadership and hiring managers from the district perspective and think that that's really important. And I know we talked about making sure that you are having or bringing on board with those additional attributes, which may sound ambiguous, but it's also the ability of that administrator, that hiring manager to select their team. And, call it what you want, team chemistry, etc. But that hiring manager really does need to be able to have that final say. And I think it's a two-way street in how the hiring process. One, the employee needs to want to be a part of that team. And two, the hiring manager needs to want that employee to be a part of the team. And I guess I would defer to some of our hiring managers. And I don't know whether, Greg, you would want to speak to this, or any of you for that matter, but I know we talked about this quite extensively in our conversation downstairs and certainly would want to elaborate on that a little bit more. And again, we're not saying take the selection committee work out of the equation. We're just saying that even though it may be somewhat implied, we need to be a little bit more explicit as to who actually gets to hire the employee.
So we were discussing this downstairs, and part of it is certain positions that I report to me are certain specialty positions. For example, a mechanic, right? So if I'm looking to hire a mechanic and I'm looking to try to put that and fill a position, I have 4 locations that has vacancies. So I'm going to make sure I'm putting that person into the right location, who's going to be the right fit with that team that we have there. Because every location, as I always say to my terminals and also to my shops, are like a school. You have your own culture and personality of how things work, especially if you're trying to get things done and get things done efficiently. But also, a person's individual may have more of an ASC certifications that will be better fit for doing this type of work. So we always, when I say better fit for me is the qualifications of the employee and having that person who's going to be the right, who can do the job, especially for the need and demand of the work of that location. I have some locations that have a higher demand of work, and that person who's going into that position, who I might have a person who's, let's say, right out of college, out of turning a wrench. That high demand location is not going to be a good place for that person to be. They're going to be better to be mentored and have a location that is a slower work or a smaller workload. It'd be better for them to be able to do something on that line. So when I say better fit, I heard a lot of times people hear best fit for the position. Best fit is not about just the quality, it's about being in the right location, but being in where that person's skill set is going to be the perfect complement to the rest of that team. Especially if you have a new mechanic that's never been in the shop before, and I got senior mechanics here who can tutor that person, mentor that person, to help that person to be successful, and to also capture their ASC certifications, which will help hopefully keep those guys there for a longer period of time. You know, we want our folks to be here, especially coming to a mechanic position, and how competitive it is. And I can lose a diesel mechanic to a outside vendor like that. But if we are trying to dedicate to have that person have success in the position, we want that person to be in the right fit that's going to be in also right environment that's going to help them to have a skill set and be successful. So when I say right fit is talking about more than just being with a group. It's about the qualifications and what's going to help that person be successful.
Any additional thoughts, Mark?
So to kind of pick up where Greg was talking, and we talk about the right fit in that candidate, and you touched on it, that person's going to be successful in that position. And there are times that we feel like we're potentially setting somebody up to fail in a position, which is, of course, not what we want to do. But during the hiring process, we're looking for lack of a better word, that niche that they fit into right in the office. Can they pick up and run with the duties that are required of them, or at that school, can they pick up and run with the demands of that particular principal or something? A large portion of it is setting up somebody for success, and I think that that's critical. Sometimes it's hard skills, like you talk about with the mechanics. Sometimes it's soft skills, like the ability to communicate with a specific group of people, right? That we see that. So.
Perfect. Great. Continuing in Article 4, one area that we need some help with because we're struggling with 446, where it indicates that assuming no meaningful difference between top applicants, internal candidates will be the preferred choice over an external candidate. Assuming no meaningful difference between only internal candidates, final selection will be based upon the greatest amount of continuous job-related service in the district. And we agree with this completely. with some clarification as to what we mean by meaningful difference. Meaningful to us is rather ambiguous. We tossed around some verbiage and thought about, well, maybe it's quantifiable. Not sure what that meaningful difference is. And so maybe they're just, and maybe this statement needs to be rewritten. We don't disagree conceptually with people having the greatest amount of continuous job-related service in the district being the preferred candidate and the chosen person. We just don't understand, and we think there's a gap there with what meaningful difference is. Okay, and that we need your help on that. On 447, it's a little confusing to us, and I think maybe the intent is what we perceive it as being, but the selection committee will notify those final candidates who are not selected for the posted position excuse me, before the selection is announced. Common HR practice is the selection committee doesn't notify any of the candidates, and it's the hiring manager. And so we would substitute hiring manager in for the selection committee. We don't want the selection committee to have that kind of responsibility, because as we, as hiring managers, as we are in HR, there are things that you say in a conversation with candidates who are not selected that you have to be really careful of, and you have to be trained to make those calls and have those conversations, and they're never pleasant. I don't know why anyone on a selection committee would ever want to have to make any of those calls. So that's a clarification piece that I think is pretty easy. In 4.5, this is something we've wrestled with, and certainly Mark and Greg have experience with this, and that's talking about the probationary period. And you know, we talk about Jeffco Thrives and caring for employees. We don't believe that a 60 working day probationary period is long enough. And that is because what happens is if we haven't had enough time to evaluate an employee and their ability and even their potential, that we cut loose employees before that 60-day period, right? Which means we believe we haven't given them potentially enough opportunity to grow, and we don't really know what their full potential is. And we know in other places, examples, having a 6-month probationary period is very reasonable. Not that we're talking about the same employee group or association, but probationary teachers have a 3-year probationary period, 3 years, and before they're non-probationary. And even to go even in the opposite direction, every one of us sitting at the table are all at-will employees. We don't have a probationary period, and we can be fired at will at any point in time. Okay, we don't get to have a 60-day, 6-month, 3-year probationary period. And we think in valuing employees and really trying to grow employees in our workforce, having a little more time to help develop and grow them is important to us. And it's not we just need to have 6 more or 6 months. 60 days is probably closer to 3. 6 months or maybe 120 work days then does give us the opportunity. We know that in many of our examples, when it comes to some of the skills that employees bring, 60 days doesn't really give them the full opportunity to show their skill set. And so sometimes we would be making decisions about employees without having that opportunity. And I will tell you, I think our hiring managers, and especially in operations, aren't going to take a risk if they think that an employee may not be meeting the standards and their needs, that at day 59, they may cut them loose. And yet, in the back of their minds, they may be saying, you know, I wish I had, and yes, there is the caveat of having an additional 60 days in the contract, but we think that we need to even extend that to an additional 6-month period. So 6 months and then potentially extending up to another 6 months so that we can do a full review for employees. And again, the idea is we don't want to get rid of anybody. We want to grow them, and we want to have the time to grow them.
Again, just to clarify for our audience then, what changes at the end of the probationary period?
What change?
What is the impact?
The impact would be that we know that, or we're more confident that the employee possesses the skills and abilities that we need to have in our workforce, rather than maybe they do, maybe they don't, and the potential then to have to go through a termination after that 60-day process. So essentially what happens is we give them more time to grow. That's the whole idea.
And it's 60 working days.
Currently, the contract language is 60 working days. We're looking at 6 months, so we could say 120 days, essentially doubling the time. Mm-hmm. We can wait. We can wait.
Okay, that's better. So would my question, I know I might be jumping the gun because this is going into compensation, but generally we're hired in at a probationary pay, and then after our probationary period, we're giving our regular rate. Would that be something you guys are considering in this probationary period as a differential in pay for 6 months, or?
Yeah, I think that's certainly something we want to talk about. I mean, again, going back to the earlier conversation about being attractive to being able to hire people. So we don't want to do anything that's going to throw up additional roadblocks.
Yeah, I was just making sure that wouldn't be.
We actually don't have the probationary step anymore.
Right.
Because when we eliminated the first step in bargaining in 2020, so you don't act like you start higher than you would have.
We would. That's what I was making sure of, that it wasn't be brought back to a probationary pay. We'd start at a normal pay rate.
Yeah, no, I mean, that's certainly a conversation we can have if we think.
I just want to make sure we stay in that. I was just making sure we did.
Yeah, and I appreciate that. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
The final piece that we talked about happens to actually tie to 1024. And there's, I think, been a little bit of confusion, and I think all we're really suggesting is either we duplicate language that's in 1024 and insert it into 4.5, and even if we have to have duplicate language, that's fine. But this speaks to the promotional exception with regards to that probationary period. So in the event a promoted employee's performance is not satisfactory within the first 60 working days, the employee may be demoted or essentially go back to their previous position. We think that information also needs to be reflected in this promotional piece. And whether it's completely removed and moved to that section, we think it's important that that's there. And then also being consistent with the number of days, which would be either 6 months or 120 days, whatever we arrive at. That, in a nutshell, or two, is what we have, unless there was anything else that I may have missed from our team's perspective on Article 4.
I just want to also state out loud that probationary employees aren't entitled to just cause under our contract too. So that's also, we think about that as well. So extending that probationary period also means employees are extending that time where they're not, where that doesn't apply to them.
I want to give some quick background. This is just from memory, but very recently we adjusted a lot of this article And our frame around our interest in addressing a lot of this was the high level idea was about bias in hiring and making sure that we have anti-discrimination reflected in our hiring process. So that's some of why some of the language is in there. I do know there is conflicting language, but I think we just want to keep in mind that some of the changes we already made were because of the discrimination or bias in the hiring process that was leading to favoritism or, hires based on who you know, who you're friends with. And that's where, I see what you're saying, Greg, on fit and, culture and who needs to be with who for training purposes, maybe. But we need to just make sure we discuss that as we go forward.
Yeah, so I was a part of that change and a part of the different hiring committees then and, well, not now because of the change. So it's had some positive things to it and negative, but there's a couple things, and I'll just be frank. Like in the instance of a technician or a technician, mechanic, whatever you want to say, this has always bothered me. Nobody knows that something's wrong until after the 60 days. And I think the hardest part for you guys is getting rid of the people that they didn't look at. So, for instance, in maintenance, we've had plenty of people slip through the cracks that were not to standard, and we kept them for a long, long time. But what I want to know, or not want to know, what I want to suggest in the meantime while we get there is that there's a process. Let's just say an electrician comes along and gets the job. And if it was up to me, I wouldn't put him just in the north area and say, here's your schools, go ahead and do it. I would say I would have a program to send him to some of the more harder things, daily, weekly, whatever you want to do. Make sure he's up to that standard, because it's pretty easy to maintain a school as a tradesman, taking care of the things you're good at, and then working on the hard things along the way or becoming acquainted. So it really depends on what you want out of your employees. I try to look at the custodial side of things, and I can't seem to come up with a reason why in 60 days you wouldn't know. It seems like more of a performance thing, or having the will to become that good. So I don't know if there's checks and balances along the way instead, because it does open up it could actually be worse for the school district to wait 120 days. And let's say you have a manager or something that has decided on it 100 days to finally get serious about looking at their employee, and so you've kept him that long, 6 months or whatever, and you've been paying him to do what? And along with the hiring process part of this, we went from having this might not be completely, I don't know if I can get this right, so excuse me if this is said wrong. We would have a female, we had a person from a different department. So this has been watered down a little bit to the point where we are having our management, it's easier for them to select who they want in a promotion or any of that without having more specific people on there to do that. So I'm not in custodial or in the mechanics position, but I would say anybody who has the credentials to be a mechanic or an electrician or whoever it is, it should be up to administration to make sure that they're cutting it with those 60 days. 120, you make it 119, and you weren't cutting it the whole time, and a wheel goes rolling down the road on the bus? You know what I mean? Electrical systems, we shouldn't get 120 days down the road to decide that fire was too bad. you know? So, this one's kind of dear to me because I've dealt with so much of it in maintenance, and I'd like to see it be different. And I sometimes feel like it's more of a checks and balance thing, you know. Or let's say a custodian starts entry level. Don't just put them at one school. I mean, this is just an example. This is not. I'm just coming up with things I've thought of in my time. You know, your top-notch guys, send them there first, you know, and find out what's going on ahead of time, you know, because this is going to change this is going to change a lot again in something we were trying to fix prior to this.
Was that all that you all had for Article 4?
Maybe we're not there yet.
Yes.
Okay.
Maybe I
I
started
wonder,
too soon.
yeah, I wonder
Sorry
if
about
we
that.
don't go through what we got through. We didn't finish, but you want to, Jen, you ready? Jen's ready.
Have a quick question. For that 6-month probationary period, how soon would an employee have access to benefits?
Yeah, typically it's the month following employment. So a person who's even probationary would be eligible for benefits as long as they're 0.75 FTE or above, working at least 30 hours a week. So there wouldn't be you don't get benefits because you're probationary. That's not how it works right now. Even with a person within that first 60 days, which is about 3 months, they essentially get their benefits the month after they've been employed. So it wouldn't change. That wouldn't be our intent.
Okay, and then just the other thing that I find a bit contradicting about that was prior to you discussing the 6-month probation period, you were talking about the hiring manager would make the call for the person and for the right fit. And if the hiring manager is hiring the right fit, why extend it to 6 months?
Yeah, well, the hiring managers have the final call on their hires. Doesn't necessarily guarantee that the employee is going to be able to do the work. I mean, there's no guarantee in any place of employment that your hire is going to be absolute and be able to do the job 100%. What it's saying is that the hiring manager making the selection is hopefully hiring the best candidate to be able to perform the essential functions of the job and do the work. But there's never a 100% guarantee that any of us as hiring managers have ever had a perfect 100% clean run on hiring the best candidates who we don't have to worry about in the first 6 months. So, I mean, there's no perfect system.
Okay, so we worked a little bit on our first big bullet point. So this is the one that was a comprehensive district plan to address chronic understaffing. And we kind of just plug and played a couple things in with Article 4. So I'm just going to kind of read through what we came up with initially. So for 411, we want to add language at the end of 411. It essentially says the vacancy list must be shared with HR and Jespa to ensure all vacant positions are posted. And they must not contain language that discourages applications. So this is really just about accountability and just adding language to further, just to be more accountable and for us to know what jobs are out there.
Can I ask for a clarifying question?
Yep.
I guess I'm not understanding because everything that people are able to access with regards to positions are posted on the website. So I guess I don't know what you're asking for.
Well, this is about pooled positions really too, right?
It's pooled, and it's also I think we've talked about this with you, but there are positions that are vacant that aren't posted. Maintenance positions not posted. Some of the specifics around like food service, when they're posted, they don't have the hours attached. So in 411, we're trying to get it. 411 and 412, just being really specific. Because we can't track vacancies, but we know they're there. It's whatever's posted currently is what we think's open, but we know there's more openings.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yep. Thank you.
Yep. Okay, so 412, we added into the, so there's contain different little criteria, thank you. And so to that criteria, we added job description and benefits, as well as the specific location of the position, and not and or thing, department and location we want. And then we really want a consistent template for job postings, and this is kind of what 412 is getting at with the different criteria, but we're seeing just different job advertisements not consistently the same. And so we want there to be a consistent criteria or template for job postings to make it consistent. I'll say consistent one more time, I guess.
So do we.
Yep. But we also need it to be accurate and current. That's very important.
See it?
I missed that part. Okay, yeah, no. So we also would like, and this is kind of more about accountability again. We would like these job postings to be approved before they're posted, right, in some capacity. And this is kind of, we were talking about this a little bit before, just about how with checks and balances with kind of accountability, just making sure these job postings are accurate and somewhere along the chain here. Because like you said before, Phil, we have job postings from 10 years ago that just don't make sense in the way that the language is. And we just want to make sure that if they are new, they are accurate and approved by somebody. Okay, moving on to 414. We want to strike 414 completely.
I'm turning it on. Oh, there we go. Okay. Why?
So for pooled positions, it's, again, giving us a clear view of what is actually happening. When positions are pooled, we don't have that. It's not clear to us what jobs are actually being advertised. It's just a big lump pool of jobs, right?
What we've done this year, going back to the shortages, right? We have used the pooled position as another way of hiring. And so it's not taking away any of the jobs that are posted on there. And what we've done is when people have applied, talk to them about what those jobs are. We're not just randomly putting them somewhere. My worry with taking that away is when we talk about trying to be creative and trying to get more people into jobs, I don't want to take any of that away. So it's just something to think about, I think. So I hear what you're saying, right? Where you're worried that they're applying for a position that they may not even have wanted anyway, and that could have been a waste of their own time and stuff like that. So I hear that, but I do worry about just taking that out of there.
Can I add that to that too? Sometimes the pooled positions about anticipatory vacancies, right? We know on average there's certain turnover in these types of positions. And given, in light of the staffing shortages, having that pooled position posted, people can apply for positions. And as positions become available, that we can then reach out to potential candidates to say, would you be interested in working in this geographic area or at this level or in this particular position? So it's also somewhat of a strategy to try to get ahead of vacancies that we just know we're going to have year to year because we have them in all positions, if that makes sense.
I think there was a time I remember someone at the district saying they couldn't pool because Jespa wouldn't allow it or something, and then this got added. I'm not sure when. We were like, no, go ahead, pool them, right? Like, fine, we need paraeducators, yes. However, maybe we could look at some data because it's not helped the staffing problem to pool them necessarily. But are you saying that there's postings for specific jobs and a pooled, or aren't they all pooled?
Not all. They're not all.
Okay.
And I think too, and correct me if I'm wrong, what I'm hearing though you ask for is more clarity, right? When people are applying to a position, they would like to know what exactly they're getting themselves into in terms of how many hours or how much pay, so on and so forth, what area. And perhaps there could be a better way to do pooled positions as opposed to just removing them entirely. But right now, perhaps your recommendation is to remove that until we figure it out. Is that somewhat clear?
Yeah, I mean, I would think if I saw a paraeducator position at Sebeski and I live right there, I'm going to apply for that versus a pool, right?
Yep. So yes, and like I think we have some mutual interest there in making that better, but I think at the same time we value the pooled positions, so I think there's some more conversation to be had.
Just to add to that too, appreciating your perspective. For us, seeing one posting for pooled positions where there are actually 30 or whatever positions that are there, it's also a little bit misrepresenting what's actually happening. So I think that's part of it too for us. We want the district to be forthcoming about what your needs are, right? And so if we're looking at the website and see just job pool, it doesn't really give us the big picture. So that's also where we're coming from.
And if you're a paraeducator thinking about leaving because you're too far or whatever, there's not really a way to apply for a pooled position. And just, if I saw a position was open near me or that had something better about it that I want to move to instead of them just leaving or quitting. Or I'm sure you all have heard the stories historically of paraeducators just getting cut because their student goes away. Or ISPs, where it's like, what? It's not lose people.
I think there are like countless scenarios to really think through, right? So I'm even thinking about someone who lives in Ohio, like where I come from, and I'm not sure where in Colorado I'm going to move yet, so I might apply to a pooled position and learn a little bit more about that job and then actually move across the country if that turns out to be the role I'd like. So I think there's so many different scenarios we'd have to really think through before we make a final decision on how to proceed with this specifically. And like you, I appreciate the perspective, and I think there's some work we can do here.
So I'm kind of thinking, listening to this conversation, that it appears to me there's definitely some room for improvement in how we post pool positions, and whether it has Matt described anticipated, because we really don't know, but we're trying to get out ahead of the market, so to speak, and build out a pool, especially in this job market. And we've even done it on the license side to be able to build out some pools so that we have some candidates to choose from before somebody else hires for the next school year. The other part of it is, and this isn't certainly not jumping to a solution, but in improving our pool postings, there probably are times where we have a pretty good idea where we think these positions are going to be. And we might be able to get better by saying, this is the list of locations or schools that these positions currently are at. And so that might be helpful. Because I hear what you're saying too. It's like, yeah, well, why would I be interested in a pool position when there's a position posted right below it that is a half mile from my house, or something that I might be a little more interested in. So what I hear you saying is that if we're going to be more attractive to candidates, we need to get better at how we're posting our pool positions.
There was one other example. I think that's kind of I think it's from last year. And I think we talked about it with you, Greg, that, sorry. With the vacancies, like if we're able to see which positions are vacant and compare it, we can figure out when something's wrong. And what we figured out was wrong was in transportation, I don't know how widespread it was, but the decision was made to just hire subs in order to like get around the proration so that we could get people in the door, because proration was the problem at a certain point in the year, right? So it was like a solution that was created that probably, okay, we got to get people in, hiring them as a sub keeps them from being prorated. I don't know. Okay, it's a problem, but now it's affecting people that were basically working full-time routes, but classified as a sub. And now they're not getting the bonus, and they're getting notified that they're not eligible for the transportation bonus. And it's, so I don't know. We've got to figure that part out of it too, that there's got to be consistent ways to staff versus just posting other types of positions to get around the contract.
I can speak to that. So we give every candidate an option because from how the proration works, we have seen and we give a calculation to each person when they come through. So when a secretary or a director is processing an individual who comes through the door, we look at what that individual's needs are. So we ask that person very directly, one, do you, proration, if you come into the district in January or in December, your paycheck is minimal. And it's not something that you can live on, because what happens is now you're spreading all your benefits and what your pay is for the remainder of that time. So what we offer an individual when they first come in is like, do you need benefits or do you want a full paycheck? And what happens is most people will say, I want a full paycheck, which that is the classification of the sub. So as that person comes in, we're just trying to make sure that person gets what they want so we can try to retain that individual when they come in. Because if we don't do so, we have lost individuals when we said, this is what position you're coming into, this is the proration, and the individual said, I can't live off of that, and they've left. So that was what's happened with transportation is the secretary sit down and go through the calculations, that person's potential compensation, and say, this is what you're going to make. And then that individual then look at it and say, well, I can't live off of this. And a prime example is an employee who came here to us over a year ago. That individual started in January, middle of January. That first paycheck that individual received, even though we showed them the calculation, they didn't believe it. That person's take home was $825 for a month, which is something that person cannot afford to live off when they have 3 children. So it was things like that was where we were looking through and going through the process of when we were going through and have those conversations, is that we tasked our secretaries, we tasked the directors to be forthcoming with our folks about when you're first coming in. So then that person stays with us and we'll keep them in that position. And when the start of the year, it's ideal at the beginning of the school year when that person's calendar year begins, is when they get the full proration and also get a more full check. So one thing we try to do is hopefully that individuals will remain and stay with us. Or if they start in the summertime when they're coming through a class, we bring that individual in for the purpose of keeping them and retaining them as much as possible. And then hopefully they will go and bid into a full-time position. And I get the parts about the other things that they miss. And again, my whole focus on the bonus was that that every classified employee under transportation will receive that. And so that's what that focus is. There was no discrimination between classified benefit person, members, or sub. It was for all classified employees. So that was the focus of how that was. And that's what we give that person an option, not giving them an option to force them into position, because we've lost many people to the part of they cannot live off of what they were doing in that proration.
Okay, but you realize our permanent bargaining unit members don't have that choice and also can't make ends meet. And we've been told a lot that proration, you can't change it, but yet it is an option for certain people as long as they're not in the bargaining unit. So it creates a conflict, and we just have to solve that.
Well, it's like when a person comes in, part of it is like, again, I'm right there with you. I want that person to have that option. So I'm not saying that's something that we're not putting out there, but that's something I do want those folks to have that option and choice. However, when a person is coming to us and we're trying to fix the hiring issues and challenges, we give that person, before they even are an employee in this district, an opportunity to sit there and make a decision. Do you want to come to Jeffco and make this and bring this home to your family, or are you going to make this? So that's the question that we give to an individual. So we give that any employee that opportunity. But again, right now, when they're hired into that full-time position, that's out of my scope. That's something I think we need to discuss and have further conversation about, giving that option. I'm not against that. And that's something I've been also about in supporting for a long time. However, I don't have that authority to make that decision without it going through whatever realms we need to do so. So again, a new person who comes to us, they have every decision to come to Jeffco or not because of that one decision right there. And so that's where I said that's the choice they have, to come in one way or another.
I know we don't mean to just jump right in, but we've got about 3 more minutes left, and we want to honor everyone's time. I guess what I would suggest with regards to this piece of the conversation is that we continue to have, and Greg will have some conversation around that. It seems like there's been maybe, and maybe I'm generalizing too much, that there's been created this natural workaround to benefit the employee that's being impacted by the current system. So how do we fix that, right? So we can have that conversation. Yes, there's a lot more to it than just it's fixed, but I think that's what I'm hearing, and I don't know all the gory detail, but it sounds to me like this workaround that's been created happened kind of naturally to take care of people, but it has also hurt people by having this category. So I think that's something that we need to work to fix. So.
Sure. Yeah. There was one more thing that we had that we worked on a bit, and that was 4.2. And that's about voluntary and involuntary administrative transfers. And this is going to be an easy one. We want to strike 4.2 entirely. Well, we can discuss it for sure, but at a later date, yes.
Good night.
I feel like that might take a little bit of time.
It just, as you all are thinking about that proposal, that has to do with ESPs are part of the school community. And that language is just clunky. It doesn't quite give clear guidance. We're not really sure what the reason for it is. In the past, we couldn't get rid of it a couple of years ago completely, so we tried to modify it. So you see arbitrary and capricious multiple times in there because we were trying to limit administrator ability to just move people around arbitrarily in lieu of discipline or whatever else is on their mind. So we tried to make it more fair. It doesn't. Voluntary, involuntary, it just, why? So I think we want to get to the deeper reason. Yeah, if there's a job opening, you got to post it, right? So.
It's 5 o'clock. It's done, right? The duck has been cooked. Yeah, I think appreciate the conversation this afternoon, and we have a lot of work to do, obviously, but I think we've had some healthy, productive dialogue, and it's most appreciated by us. I'm not sure if anyone else on our team wants to say anything. Matt, you were grabbing your mic. Maybe you were just grabbing to help clear the table, or maybe you wanted to say a few things.
I certainly don't need the final word. I was just going to say appreciate the healthy dialogue today. I was kind of reflecting on the preamble and the norms and kind of the working agreements that we crafted together, and thought we did a really excellent job on both sides of the table to adhere to those. And I appreciate the progress we've made today, I think is how you describe it. So, thank you.
I just want to say thank you. And, coming in here today, this being our bargaining opener for 2023, it feels fresh, and it feels like we're all coming in here wanting to collaborate and work together. And we appreciate that as well. So thank you.